I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.
Oh, uh-oh. I guess y'all watching. But anyway, I didn't realize I didn't realize I'm over here talking for the last 8 minutes and nobody here. Damn, now that's embarrassing. That right there's embarrassing. But anyway, let me start over then. Let me go ahead and start over. What's going on, Simply Deep? Go on with you. So before we get to the meat and the crux of this video, I'm gonna explain something real quick about this photo, right? So I was on a superhero of the Predo. Yeah, you got that right. I got the steak with no sound. That's what I'm saying. Nobody wasn't hearing the sizzling. I was sizzling and nobody heard it. I'll be damned. Anyway, let's talk about this photo. This cartoon picture. Now, I'm into superheroes, right? I like the golden age era of superheroes. So I was on a certain group watching, reading the pseudo superhero, the pre Superman, the people that came, the superheroes that came before Superman, Batman, Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Captain America, the Submariner, so on, the Human Torch, the DC Marvel thing. So in this cartoon, you see Paul Bunyan, the blonde-headed white guy, and you see John Henry. Now those are your typical pre-superheroes, the pre-superheroes, and they were talking about, so I'm looking at this cartoon. This cartoon was made in 1941, at least not 1942, because we're fighting the Nazis, right? So you see the two men standing over America. They're about to roll the sleeves up and box the hell out of the Nazis. Now a picture's worth more than a thousand words. Picture's worth more than 1,000 words. Now this is a good thing to see, right? For American unity's sake. But then I see something else in this. Well, Big J, what do you see in this? Well, let me tell you what I see. Let me tell you what I see in this. What I see is, since 2015, you Negroes who wants to shame, blame, and explain, you MGTOW nuts, you Manosphere nuts, y'all would rather take white men's talking points and run with it. Since 2015, well, actually earlier than that though, but since the rise of Trump, y'all will take the white man's the racist white conservative talking points and y'all run with it. And I see some of you fools trying to use DEI in the title of y'all's channel, of your videos, your live streams. You're just like John Henry. John Henry died at the end of his story. Paul Bunyan did not. Paul Bunyan was a white dude that chopped down trees. I don't know why I said cherry trees. Chopped down trees and shit, riding an ox. John Henry was just a black man who trying to build a railroad and died. He the only one dying at the end of his story, while Paul Bunyan continued to be the big strong white man chopping out trees. But y'all ain't noticing about that part though. Do y'all? And this is the reason why I see these Negroes online talking about DEI. Do they realize that DEI means their black asses too? Don't they understand that DEI means you too? They're talking about you too. But here is you sitting there, yeah man, black, women gonna get it. They're talking about your black ass too, nigga. And this also reminds me, this picture kind of reminds me what happened in 2020. Yes, I'm going to be petty. I am going to be petty, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be petty. Yes, the dumb, the uneducated be looking dumb out here. Because you so busy trying to SBE the black woman so much that do you realize that the white man, that the racist white conservative is using your talking points against your black ass too? And you niggas can't sit there and grasp the concept. That kind of reminds me, again, I got to go back to where I was at in 2020. Because some of you MGTOW niggas pass the $40 and talking about you. That nigga named the MGTOW Avenger talking about your ass too. What y'all did was offend this person who said this. And yes, I'm going to be petty with this. I'm going to be petty. What I'm about to play. What I'm about to play, I'm going to be petty with it. Do y'all want to hear it? Let's go ahead and play it. Let's go ahead and play it. Because I'm going to be petty. I'm going to be petty with this. Oh, and shout out to Slippery When Wet. Shout out to Slippery When Wet. Y'all know who I'm talking about, but I'm not going to play the video. I'm going to let y'all hear it.
Whatever the fuck you want, you black bastard son of a bitch. I hope your daughter dies and gets raped in a Wendy's bathroom. It's you, Garage, isn't it, you fucking black...
See? That's your friend. But you sit out there with that white boy. You thinking, nigga, you standing shoulder to shoulder. Because you mad at some black bitch. Your words, not mine. You're mad at some black female 20 years ago. Shout out to Slippery When Wet. Because Slippery just sent me the video and I said, oh my God. Because I remember this video back in 2020. I remember this video in 2020. I said, oh man. And you niggas protected this white dude. Pastor, I'm talking to you. You black MGTOW niggas, I'm talking about y'all directly now. Y'all protecting him. Now, he went after Garage Autonomous' daughter. I wish Garage Autonomous was still on YouTube though, because a lot of you Manosphere nut jobs were shaking in y'all boots when he was here. He gives no ounce of a fuck on y'all. But let's play it. Let's play it again. You know, I thought all it's supposed to unite all men. But no.
Whatever the fuck you want, you black bastard son of a bitch. I hope your daughter dies and gets raped in a Wendy's bathroom.
I hope. What? Hold on. Shout out to Slippery When Wet. All right? Shout out to Slippery. Because I'm going deep and hard on the paint. I'm gonna be like y'all. I'm gonna be like the Juggernaut. All right? And y'all know who I'm talking about. Yes, I'm showing the video. I'm showing who I'm referring to. All right? I'm showing who I'm referring to.
Whatever the fuck you want, you black bastard son of a bitch. I hope your daughter dies and gets raped in a Wendy's bathroom. It's you, Garage, isn't it, you fucking black...
Now, I can't play the rest. Because there's a lot of F words being said. You know, I ain't talking about the word fuck. I'm talking about the word that's driving somebody who's homosexual. Y'all help defend that motherfucker. Right? Y'all help defend that son of a bitch. But long as it offends a black woman, you didn't have a problem. That's why you hate my damn guts. That's why you hate my fucking guts. That's why you niggas don't like me, because I tell the fucking truth about y'all. You would rather go back to slavery just to put your boot on Keisha's neck because you couldn't tell Keisha to shut the fuck up. Because you couldn't tell Keisha, because nigga, you think it's shame, blame, explain is just a power move. When they talk about DEI, they're talking about your black ass too. That's when they're talking about DEI. When all these niggas talking about DEI, 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 they ain't talking about no government policy. They're talking about your black ass. Just like I'm gonna use this idea, right? The shooting that happened in New Orleans, when there wasn't shooting, was a guy that ran over those poor people in New Orleans around like the Christmas holidays, the Christmas New Year's holidays. And there was this black woman who was part of the FBI, and she was at a press conference, and then all you hear and all you see in the comment section was a bunch of white men talking about, oh, what's this black chick with a nose ring, and it's DEI, 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 DEI. DEI. Don't even know who this woman is. She never put out, y'all don't know how this woman got hired, what her qualifications are, yet y'all still call her DEI, DEI. And then you niggas stood shoulder to shoulder with all that them talking points. You Negroes stand shoulder to shoulder. Right. They got DEI and black fatigue down there. Yeah, exactly. So when like they say DEI, they ain't talking about no government policy. DEI is just a code word, and Sarge is far behind. See, Sarge is far behind. He don't even know what the argument that I'm talking about. He just saw the title DEI, and Sarge decided, well, let me just go ahead and make my classical conservative talking points. We are beyond that part. We're beyond the what DEI as a government policy. We talk about DEI as a racial epithet. We are beyond that. That's why some of y'all, that's why you see Anger Man and Ringo TV Raw sitting over there talking about, oh, Kamala Anthony was a thug. And really? So Kamala Anthony was a thug. See, I want y'all to notice how close the Manosphere and Manosphere, SYSBM, MGTOW, all that bullshit y'all claim, and then y'all claim we're not part of the Manosphere. Oh yes, you are. Just stop it. All of y'all do the same shit. Y'all talk about the same concepts. Y'all have problems with women. Y'all got a problem with society. So on this case, and then y'all display this idea that all women are evil and you are perfect. No, the case you niggas are not. So because y'all so mad at the pro-blacks, and I know that black blood. I understand about how sickening the black love shit is. How some of the pro-blacks like to try to pound on black men and black women to get with each other and shit. But yeah, Sarge, Vita said Sarge has let white ideology talking points that mass racial specific becomes a path towards defending media bias and code language. We're not talking about that, Sarge. See, Sarge, we're not talking about that. See, Sarge is too Sarge. This is the reason why black men are behind. We're not talking about that. See, you're talking about the government institutionalized. What we're talking about is the talking points, Sarge. DEI as a talking point. You know. Yeah, DEI is nothing more than affirmative action, Doug, or super predator. Yeah, that's how though they made DEI is. DEI. Sarge is not reading the room. Sarge right here is in the chat room. V-Dub. He's not reading the room. He think I'm talking about DEI as a government policy. No, I'm talking, and I don't know. When I'm talking about the concept of the argument that white conservatives do on Twitter, and black niggas, these coon ass niggas say on YouTube comment sections on Twitter. Talking about two different things. We're not talking about the government policy. We're talking about what's been said on the YouTube streets. Now you got one Negro on here who's complaining about DEI when he got victimized by the same people who used the DEI card on him. Sarge, you might want to read the room. You might want to read the room because we're not talking about that. We're not talking about the government policy. We're talking about dumb niggas online. I think everybody else knows who and what I'm referring to. Yeah. The black internet conservatives just amplify the message while like the white conservatives just sit back and watch niggas fight. You're right. They watch everybody fight. Yeah. You notice that, right? Now, I'm sitting back watching that Matt Walsh is going to sit there and use the race card about Kamala Anthony, right? I mean, I'm still gonna go on this Kamala Anthony issue, right? So Kamala Anthony, y'all know who stabbed the white boy and you know at that track meet, right? So Matthew Walsh from the Daily Wire went ahead and said, well, the problem is that black boys is not raised by their fathers. Black boys, the reason why Kamala Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf because he came from a single parent household, and you know it's black culture, and black men, black boys are a problem because there's no daddies in the blah 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 blah. The same old stereotypical rant, right? Now I knew Kamala Anthony had a 2-parent household. But if you let Anger Man, because see, as soon as Matt Walsh is a white dude, he sit there and said that, right? So all that spread out, all that narrative spread out all over online, and then here comes this black conservative Republican judge said, well, like we're gonna give Kamala Anthony a fair hearing and a fair trial, so therefore I'm going to grant him bail. Soon as she sit there and said that, a lot of you Negroes online said, "Oh, that was DEI. She's a DEI judge. She's woke judge." Wait a minute. Didn't Greg Abbott appointed her, and she's a elected official by the Republican Party in the state of Texas, and Frisco is a red city, a red town. So how the fuck can you sit there and say, "Oh, she's DEI"? A lot of y'all dumb. Y'all don't read rooms. You niggas really don't. Y'all don't know how to read the room. Then y'all take white conservative talk about it, and then y'all run with it. While Matt Walsh and Tim Pool and Sargon Vakant and what's the name? What's the other white dude's name? The quartering channel. All these white racist channels sit there and watch y'all, and they sit there and make money off it, laughing at it. While Anger Man, Ringo TV Raw, the Black Manosphere as a whole, and all the rest of y'all sit there talking about, yeah, man, we over here, we cooning it up. Just create narratives. So because a black person got in a certain position of authority, oh, that person is DEI, or that person is woke. And then y'all think you niggas think that you just like John Henry standing shoulder to shoulder with Paul Bunyan. Sarge, are you going to stay? Sarge, are you still slow? I'm sorry, Sarge. You need to follow up what the fuck going on. We're not talking about no government policy. We're not talking about any government policy. Yeah, it's easier just to agree with whatever the white man says. Yeah. Same way how these how these niggas online followed this white boy who said this whole ass shit.
Whatever the fuck you want, you black bastard son of a bitch. I hope your daughter dies and gets raped in a Wendy's bathroom. It's you, Garage, isn't it? You fucking.
Now I ain't gonna play the rest of that. But you Negroes supported the white dude who said what he just said 5 years ago, and then y'all act like y'all didn't hear it. Oh, this is new to me. No, it's not. You niggas that stand shoulder to shoulder with that racist white boy, all because you're mad at black women. You're mad at the African American woman that you rather stand shoulder to shoulder with a white racist idiot. And now, no, it gotten so worse that y'all will say, well, call every other black woman DEI now, or call every black woman woke. Y'all sound dumb. Right. Gen Z, if he came from a single parent household, how did he end up in Frisco, Texas, an expensive Dallas suburb? Exactly. It makes no sense. How can a black woman can live in an expensive neighborhood when she's a single mother? No. Well, guess what? And and have always told people, Mo. I told people for this. You don't have to be white to be a white supremacist. I'm gonna say this again. You don't have to be white to do white supremacy. I said that for years. People thought, well, this person black, so no. Why is it every time when every time I hear a black conservative on a TV show, on a radio show, they always talk about what black people are doing, but you never hear a black conservative talk about economics. You never hear a black conservative, maybe once or twice in the blue moon, talk about foreign policy. You never hear a black conservative talk about the budget or definite spending, healthcare, agriculture, transportation, veterans affairs, the justice system. The only time they talk about the justice system is when they locking your black ass up or try to condemn black single motherhood. They never talk about anything else. That's up there with MAGA boycotting Harvard. Yeah. But y'all think you niggas think though you John Henry and you standing shoulder to shoulder with Paul Bunyan. Get the fuck out of here. You actually think you standing shoulder to shoulder. See, I'm going to say something, Mo. I'm going to say something. Sooner or later, because I'm going to say it like this, though. I'm going to say it like this. Outside of the white population, black people are going to be the last one standing, right? Outside of white people, right? Because what's going to happen? You see them going after the illegals. Then the next group they're gonna go after is the Asians. And when I say Asians, I'm not talking about the Japanese and Chinese. I'm talking about the Arabs. They're gonna go after the Arabs. Then they're gonna go after the Pakistanis and Indians. Then they're gonna go after the Chinese and the Japanese and the Koreans. Then after them, it's gonna be us. It's gonna be people who is gonna be called who I hate this term, but FBA. All right. Then we're gonna be the last people standing, and after we are out the way, then white people gonna fight among themselves of who is the pure of the pure. First, we gotta get rid of the white liberals. Then we're gonna get rid of the Mediterraneans cultures, and we gotta get rid of the and so forth. So I see how it's going to happen. Sarge, we're not talking about that. Now, they're starting to realize that African Americans, and I refuse to use the term FBA. I'm gonna tell you why though. I'm gonna tell you why I refuse to use the term FBA. Because I know who invented the term FBA, and it's not a black man. It's not Tariq Nasheed. because it was we even discussed this on Talk Real Solutions last week. We actually discussed this on Talk Real Solutions last week. And yes, so Mo Love, you're right. We don't live in a meritocracy anyway. Oh, you work hard, you supposed to get it. I know FBA. Sarge. She's white. Sarge. So we don't live in a meritocracy. We don't. Because it was true, some people would be president right now. Some people would be senator right now. Some people would be millionaires right now. If we go by the term of meritocracy, Elon Musk wouldn't be taking over the United States government as the last few months. Just saying. But I know FBA is not a good term, but accumulate what? Yeah, I understand. All the people in the system are merit. Yeah, because the winners and losers have already have been picked. The winners and losers have already been picked already. That's why people misunderstood when I said I'm a loser. Now, when I said I'm a loser, I'm talking about that dumb nigga by the name of Don Gordito, who want to take words out of context. When I said I was a loser, I'm talking into the terms of how YouTube can pick winners or losers, because you see, Angry Man and BJS have been lying to people, doxing people, doing a lot of whole ass shit to people, and yet Angry Man could be on Fox Soul. Social media companies picks the winners and losers. There are people out here who does good, decent content. There are people out here who do good decent content. They're not picked. They're not showcased up there. That's the point I would make. That's why I call myself a loser. All right, I'm trying to make it a point, but niggas see, and this is the problem with black men online. The ones that they're in this space, the black men that are in this space don't know how to use comprehensions. They don't know how to comprehend. I know what the fuck that mean. Losers mean. If I'm a loser, quote unquote, it means they pick winners or losers. I honestly believe the only blacks, FBA, and Native Americans, and FWAs. Right. If we live in a meritocracy, some white employees wouldn't get high level positions that they're unqualified due to privilege. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, man, you're right. Let me stop sharing that video. I'm stop sharing that video. I'm put that video down. And that's the point. See, some people need to live. See, Sarge is from the civil rights era. He's not living as a millennial. And I know how these people who are the silent generation and the baby boomers, they love to tell you, well, you got more opportunities than I did. Of course, yeah. But understand they also created other laws and other rules and regulations in the middle of all that. And no, I'm not complaining. I'm just telling what it is. You don't see redlining? And I'm gonna say right now, I'm not pro-black. I'm gonna say it right now. I'm not pro-black. I don't fly the red, black, and green flag. No, I'm not that nigga either. Sorry. I don't fly that red, black, and green flag, put my fist in the air. I'm not no black radical. You know, I don't, you know, blah blah. No. I'm not Pan-African either. I'm just telling what I see. But the point I'm saying is, and sometimes the point gets lost because some people still in there, they don't want to think outside of their own positions, you know, of communicating. The point I'm saying is, you got black men on this internet are so quick to allow keywords to demonize half of their population just to get close to white conservatives. You got this guy, I forgot his name. He's LGBTQ. I want to apologize on behalf of black people because black people gave money to Carmelo Anthony. You got two black men apologizing to the white people about black people supporting Carmelo Anthony. One of these guys is LGBTQ. There's a video of this guy walking into a bar at a Trump rally and got roasted and harassed. Why y'all are making statements to me? Because you're gay and you're black. No, Sarge. When it comes to this part of YouTube, age, I don't look as age as a barometer for wisdom. Because there's a man, there's a nigga your age who say the most dumbest shit in the world. You might want to talk to him. He goes by the name of BJ Igmore. He's about your age. You might want to talk to him. Oh, I mean, I'm sorry. He's in the same generation as you. May, you saw that too? How can you be a gay black Trump supporter, walk into a bar and say, hey man, get, and same people tell him he wearing a Trump hat, a Trump shirt, and then they tell him to leave because he's gay and he's black? Y'all think you're standing shoulder to shoulder with Paul Bunyan. Well, I'm sorry, Sarge. I demand perfection. I'm a type of nigga that demands perfection. Y'all always been telling me that for years. Well, Big J, why you demand perfection? Because I want things to be solved quickly and dealt with. I don't got time to listen to, if we're gonna bury Jason, if we going to Crystal Lake and knock down Jason, there better not be no sequels. There better not be a sequel after this. Right. There's some white male conservative YouTubers complaining about the black characters in movies. Yeah, you see that too? You see that too? Yeah. That Irish dude, the dude from Ireland. It's woke. Iron Maiden is woke. Storm is woke. Such and such is DEI. Got all these white people calling everybody, every other black person DEI hire. Don't even know, man, the black person. Oh, yeah, the Star Wars, DEI. Okay, May. Okay, May, do you want to get on the panel with a Sarge? Yeah. They're crying about the movie Sinners. How come there ain't no Asians there? How come ain't no? What about the Irish? Now, May, do you really want to talk to Sarge? Because I'll drop the link and allow y'all two to talk. All right, I'll go ahead and allow you two to talk. Okay, all right, I'll do it. I mean, if it's okay to Sarge, you want to come on the panel? Because I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link right now. In fact, though, May, you might like, okay, Sarge, you want to come on the panel? And I'm allowing only Sarge and May to come on the panel. Only Sarge and May to come on the panel. I want only Sarge and May to come on the panel. All right. I dropped the link. Okay. Yeah. I dropped that link. I want Sarge and I want May on the panel. And you know, I'll let them talk. I just hang in the back. All right. Because I talked to Sarge before. We used to go on well let me go ahead, since somebody went ahead and supported me. Let me touch. Yeah, this show TRS. Yes, since Sarge and I is on TRS on Thursday nights, I'm gonna let Sarge to introduce himself over here so Sarge can talk, and May, you and Sarge can have it. So I'll put the link up here. Y'all two can go ahead and talk. I mean, if not though, we good. If not, it's all right. I give the both of y'all about five minutes to hit the link. If not though, I carry on with what I was originally was about. You know. Oh.
I think I'm on board now, Jay. I'm all with you. Hey, man, it's a good conversation. I like it.
I don't think though you understand what I'm talking about, Sarge. We're not talking about the government policy. I'm talking about the idea of using the term DEI by white conservatives and white racists when they're talking about and black and these black Manosphere idiots going after black women and such. Do you understand that, Sarge? Sarge, you muted. Sarge, you muted. I guess he's May. If you want to come up, go ahead. I mean, because I'm not gonna be on very long, though. I just want to, you know. Sarge?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you understand the context of what I'm referring to?
Oh boy. I'm reasonably certain I do.
Do you see how problematic that is, Sarge?
Say that again.
Do you see how problematic of certain men within black society using the term DEI as a way to denigrate black women and women in general?
I certainly can see the way it can be employed for that purpose. Absolutely. That doesn't change my opposition to it. Any villain can use anything for any nefarious purpose. Of course they can.
Okay, so what is your issue with DEI then?
Okay, it's an affront to the constitutional order. Now, if you think now, a lot of people think the Constitution is an outdated, racist, archaic document that black people were not allowed to be involved in, and therefore it's illegitimate. I don't accept that. I don't believe that. And I think that if we are going to change the Constitution to allow for things like DEI, then we must do it by amendment. So at least there is a consensus across the country that we should do so. Right now, there is absolutely no consensus for DEI.
Okay, so well, I would agree with you about the Constitution. I'm not anti-Constitution, but at the same time, you can't be anti DEI when Harvard and Yale and all the other Ivy League schools use what was the term, generational, where if your great grandfather was
legacy
a
appointments.
graduate,
Legacy appointments.
legacy appointments.
Yeah, okay. Now here's the thing about legacy appointments, though. Anyone of any race can be a legatee and a legacy appointee. Anyone of any race can be a scholar. Anyone of any race or gender can be an athlete. Anybody of any race or gender can be a veteran. You have to have the right chromosomes and genes to be qualified for some aspects of DEI. And that's exclusionary by its very nature.
Yeah, okay, but then wouldn't legacy appointments would not be DEI by default that most people are from Ivy League schools aren't they white? And it catered to white people mostly.
Well, given the fact that almost 70% of the population is Caucasian, I'm not too surprised that most of them are.
But
I mean, is that really something that should be so startling?
No, because
Jay,
okay,
when you consider the fact that most public schools where most black people go to school are sheer ignorance factories. I mean, they are among the worst educational institutions in the world, not just the United States, in many of these big cities. Why are we so surprised that so many black students can't qualify for these admission standards? I'm not at all confused by it.
Okay. Now, I'm glad that you said that the inner city schools, right? I don't blame you for talking about the inner city schools, these black inner city schools. But what about the inner city schools in West Virginia? What about the inner city schools that's on the Appalachian Mountain range?
Well,
there's no black people in the Appalachians.
Well, I don't exclude any lousy educational institution from scrutiny. All of them should be corrected. Again, much of that has to do with, to a small extent, financing, but mostly due to the corruptional influences of the teachers' unions and the big city party apparatus that doesn't want to correct the problems, or rather implement the policies necessary to correct the problems. So I'm not excluding any of them. I don't care what race is in them or who runs them or why. I want them to be corrected so they can bring students up to standard so they can be competitive, honestly competitive on competitive exams, which tend to, as a general rule, be very good at indicating who is likely to succeed in this particular school.
But Sarge, you also, when you first talked about bad schools, the first thing come to your mind was the black inner city schools.
Because they're the worst.
Well, have you been to any of these Appalachian schools then?
Well,
These
they
rural
might be
schools in
almost
Appalachia.
as bad or as bad. I don't know if that's a recommendation either way. They need both of them need fixing then.
Right, but the first thing coming out of your mouth was these inner city schools, though.
Well, I'm most familiar with them. That's why.
Okay.
I
I'm
mean,
just saying. I'm
if
just
I was
saying.
more
I
familiar
mean,
with West Virginia schools, I probably might have more to
I,
say about them.
I'm from a rural area. I see white ignorance every day.
So do
So
I.
you can't. So you can't just pin it upon the Keisha and the Keishas of the world and her badass kids, because you got these low level Becky's and her badass sons.
Look, the education institutions are failing the American student nationwide. It's just that there's lesser degrees of horridness. I mean, you can look so-called schools that are supposed to be educating white students, and you ask them anything about who did the United States fight in World War II, they don't even know. Do you think it's only black children? No, it's the student body generally. It is what the educational establishment has come to be since those refugees from the Frankfurt Institute came to the United States and like a pathogen infiltrated the educational establishment of the United States.
So you're telling me that's some Jewish.
That's not what I said. I said everybody that was involved with the Institute for Social
The
Research
Frankfurt
and the
school.
Frankfurt School.
Yeah, you talking about the Frankfurt
and they're
school.
not all Jews.
Well. That's why I slipped up. I was about to say, because
Well, I just want to make it clear that I look. That don't have no bearing for me whatsoever. Herbert Marcuse, the guy who wrote Eros and Civilization, that helped in great part to give us this LGBTQIA jive, that guy wasn't a Jew. And he was one of the key figures in the Frankfurt Institute. Read his book, Eros and Civilization, and you'll understand how he got here, or you'll understand a great deal as to how he got here with this LGBTQIA nonsense.
Okay.
He had a concept he called polymorphous perversity. He said we cannot achieve liberation until we understand and liberate our eros, our erotic essence. And that meant a whole host of degenerate policies not only had to be allowed or tolerated, but legitimized and valorized. And that's what we're witnessing today, Jay.
In other words, cultural Marxism. Is that what you're trying to imply?
That's a great deal of it. Yes, a great deal of it.
Okay, can you please describe what is cultural Marxism, Sarge?
Cultural Marxism is the translation of classical economic Marxism in cultural terms. They replace things like the dictatorship of the proletariat, and they use a technique called dialectical materialism to set one group against another. In the old days, in the Bolshevik days, under classical economic Marxism, it was the landowners, it was the kulaks, it was the bourgeoisie. Today, it's various racial groups are set apart as like the lumpen proletariat aspiring to achieve their own brand of power, a version of power. And like I said, these Marxists, like they did in the old Soviet Union, like they did in Red China, like they do every place they come into being, are using DEI and other philosophies like that to do the same thing. You mean you saw it on full display in the Summer of Love in 2020 with the George Floyd riots. It was naked and bare as it could possibly be.
Wait. Whoa, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. Two things came to my mind as you were talking, right? And I'm gonna name one. First of all, if you're gonna talk about groups against one group against that other group, then explain why before the birth of Karl Marx and the birth of Lenin and Mao, there always had been groups against other groups. So you can't just use the government. You can't say, well, all socialistic governments are against they get the power right betraying one group against one another, because that's how the United States was formed, because the United States government was formed the same way. Southerners against, the Jeffersonians against the Federalists, and the landowners, and only rich white landowners can vote, versus those who are poor whites, and then versus those who are slave, and besides that, those just men and women. So how can you? And then it's all against the Native Americans. They couldn't even vote or take part of in society. So how can you just say what you just said when earlier you said, though, you're pro-Constitution? That's the first thing. Go ahead.
Well, obviously, Jay, look, man, if I make categorical statements, that's the danger of making categorical statements. That's why you and I are discussing now, so we can kind of elaborate on these things. Like, I made the statement, you countered it. Now, I'd like to explain why I said it the way I said it, because I do have to use kind of a shorthand. We only got so much time, right? But look, before Marxism came along in the mid-19th century, we had the notion of totalitarian government. I mean, we had the French Revolution. We had various forms of when the Roman Republic died, it was replaced by the emperor system. So we've got examples through history of totalitarian government. Marxism formalized it in a very specific doctrine from the mind of a psychopathic sociopath named Karl Marx, one of the worst, most grotesque, deviant human beings who has ever lived. And his philosophy reflects his diseased mind. But it was formalized. And that's why when you use the term Marxist, all you have to do is take that term and look and see how the situation referring to fits into the dogma and doctrine of Marxism. And it's so easy to draw the parallels. It's not like human tyranny throughout history, because that's always existed. Slavery is one of the oldest institutions among human civilizations, and even pre-civilization. That's always been a form of human tyranny. But it always took various forms and incantations and all this other stuff. Marxism, a whole nother kettle of fish.
Okay, wait a minute. So like, let's get that out the way, because I already explained the first thing. Now, you mentioned the summer of love, right? Now, the summer of love, okay, I'm glad that you mentioned the summer of love, though, because me and you have these hard fights about it. But then when I bring up January 6th, you don't see that as a riot. You see that as a protest. And how can you
wait a minute, Jay? Hold on, not Jay. Please.
What?
I never said it wasn't a riot going on. Never, not for one microsecond. I ever said there wasn't a riot that day. I said you could not characterize the overwhelming majority of protesters there as rioters. Perhaps 800 to 1,000 people were rioting. There were over 100,000 people in the Capitol that day protesting. And the overwhelming majority did not attack police officers, did not vandalize or attack any property whatsoever. In fact, the majority of people who were charged with any crime were charged with unauthorized access and unauthorized parading. Okay. That's all I said. There was a riot. No, make no mistake. There was a riot. Police officers were attacked. People were injured. Property was vandalized. There was a riot that day. But I believe that riot was implemented to a great extent by the Democrats seeking to shut down the publicly announced objections to the electoral count on the Electoral Count Act of 1877. I believe there was an element there, and I think in time this is going to come out. We're going to see the outlines of. Remember, 148 members of the House of Representatives and the Senate publicly announced their intention to object to the electoral count, which would have triggered, even if the vote on the House to have a formal inquiry into it would have failed, it would have triggered an automatic appeal to the Supreme Court on the validity of the 2020 election.
Okay. So Sarge, so who was committing the crimes during the summer of love then?
Oh, please. We identified them. Antifa, BLM, another corrupt Marxist organization. I mean, they just nakedly, openly announced their corruption. They want to destroy the nuclear family. They bragged about being trained Marxists, for God's sake. I mean, that's what was right there. Then you got Antifa. They were another one.
Okay.
Every anarchist, the irredentist revanchist movements in the open borders crowd and La Raza and all that. George Floyd wasn't about the death of one man at the hands of maybe a rogue police officer. It was about colonizing America. America's a colony. America needs to give back its nation. The indigenous people, the Mexicans need to take back Nevada and Utah and California. It was every Marxist wet dream rolled into one in one big summer of chaos and disruption.
Yeah, but Sarge, but do you? Okay, Sarge, that you taking it to the extreme, because New Mexico and Arizona and Colorado and even in Texas need to give the Hispanic people their land grants back, just as much as they need to give the Native American their due and give Black people the reparations for slavery. It's called racial justice. At this point, we can't undo the past, but we can prepare for the future.
Hey, Jay, let me ask you a question, Jay. Let me ask you this, because I really would like your insight into this. Okay.
Go ahead.
Don't you think it's a bit unseemly to expropriate the pain and suffering of others as though it was your own? I can see a case for discrimination in these Democrat-run areas that instituted Jim Crow and all that other stuff. Because, I mean, I experienced it growing up. You don't have no idea of what I experienced growing up, as my neighborhood was being racially integrated on the south side of Chicago. I lived in Roseland Heights, and I would go across into Roseland, and white kids would jump me and beat me, and I had to fight my way through and back like a gauntlet of little white boys trying to beat my behind. So I know what this is. I understand what all this stuff is. And there's a case to be made for that sort of thing. But to expropriate the suffering of your slave ancestors as though it was your own, that's very unseemly. And there's no basis for the federal government to pay it. The federal government didn't require anyone to have any slaves. In fact, the federal Constitution forbade the importation of slaves in the United States after 1808. It counted slaves, despite the objections of the slave owners, has 3/5 of a person for purposes of congressional apportionment, because the slave owners wanted slaves to count as a whole person so they could have more power in the House of Representatives.
Okay. Let's go back to 1808. Now, two things happened in 1808, right?
Yep.
The treaty by Britain and the treaty by the United States government, where both the navies of the United States and United Kingdom stop the international slave trade, quote unquote, right?
Yes, sir.
But but in despite of that, you still have slavery. You still have people still moving in from the Caribbean, being shipped up into the mainland of the United States.
Yes, sir.
So that's just that don't mean anything when you use the 1808 thing to me.
Well, look, I'm just saying the Constitution was never in favor of slavery. It was kind of agnostic about it, because it said slavery was a matter that left to the states, like killing babies in the womb up to 9 months of gestation. I mean, it was a matter for the states to be decided. It didn't require any state to have slavery, nor forbid it. Abraham Lincoln famously said he had no power to interfere in any of the slave states that were not in rebellion against the United States, like Kentucky and Missouri. They were both slave states, or both Union states. He could not bother slavery there because the Constitution would not allow him to do so, and he said so. The states have their own. The states decided slavery was an institution that they were going to allow to exist. Again, the federal Constitution did not require it anymore. The federal Constitution required states to allow their mothers to have their babies killed in the womb. That's something they have the right to decide as sovereign states under the Constitution. Without an amendment.
But Lincoln did not go after. You're right. You're both right and wrong at the same time. Lincoln did not go after the states of New Jersey. No, I'm sorry, Delaware, right. Kentucky, Maryland, and Missouri, because he needed a railroad. Most of the railroad, needed most of the railroads run through those states, and he did not ban slavery in those four or five states.
Well, he had no authority to ban slavery, Jay. He couldn't have done it constitutionally.
Congress could have done that, and Congress couldn't do that because they realized if they sit there and go after slavery in those states would already succeeded, and they would cut off the railroad off. Lincoln in the North needed the railroad. That's why those remaining slave states did not leave the Union. He needed a railroad.
Yeah, but Jay, you're talking military strategy now. I'm saying
it's part of military strategy. He was operating under military strategy, But anyway, I forgot where was at.
But even absent the need for that military strategy, he had no authority to end slavery in any slave state that was not a rebellion against the Union. He admitted he didn't. He said it would require an amendment, which led to the 13th Amendment.
Okay. You're looking at the law part. I'm looking at the military strategy of it. But okay, that's fine. Okay.
They both go hand in hand.
I forgot where I was at because you want to talk about the Civil War and shit, and I'm trying to get right back to the point where you were talking about you're blaming BLM when there were videos of white people. Black mothers slapping bricks out of black kids' hands because there was white people giving them bricks. So you can't sit there and lay on the feet of BLM though.
Wait a minute, you're saying that white people were giving black people bricks to throw?
Yes.
Who are these white people that were doing this? Oh, you mean the Antifa and the other anarchist white people, the Marxist anarchist white people?
Right.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, but you want to lay. But you want to lay it on the feet. You want to lay it on the feet, partially laid on the feet of BLM, and I'm not no fan of BLM either. So I'm just saying.
Well, Look, I'm opposed to all these people. I don't differentiate bad behavior by race. I really don't.
I don't either. But I'm just talking about if we're going to sit there and if we're going to sit there and at least identify who's doing what, I want to be fair about who's doing the wrong though.
Well, look, I do too. I want to identify every single anti-American, anti-constitutional, anti-cohesive element that's in society. I want to analyze them accurately, and I want to put their word out. For instance, I'm determined to put out the word for the Democrats. I'm going to take them at their word. I'm going to put out their word. I'm going to put out David Hogg wanting Jasmine Crockett to be the face of the Democrat Party, and I will not change one syllable of what they say. I want everyone to know that this is what the Democrats are going to put up as the future of their party, and let the people decide whether or not that's what they want to.
She's not going to be president. She's not going to be the face of the Democratic Party.
Well, I wish she would be, but that's up to Democrats. Let them make the decision.
No, it's up to her. She already written herself off. So why are y'all worried about Jasmine?
Well, I'm not worried about it. I want to encourage it. I'm not worried at all. I'm all for encouraging it. I mean, look,
you want to encourage it.
What's going on, man?
For what purpose? Hey, what's going on, Big J? How's it going?
What's going on?
I'll be honest.
Right, man.
You don't want to reject the sister now, do you? You want to get the sister a shot, don't you?
That's good. That's good. I'm glad y'all doing good. I was trying to hear. I'll be honest. The way you're texting and the words you're using, I was just like, who is this dude? I've never met you, sir. And I found the way you chat strange. So I wanted to hear you talk. And so I've been listening. Trying to just understand, you know what I'm saying? You got to try to relate to people a little bit,
I believe in subject predicate agreement when I write a sentence. So, I mean, if that makes me a bad guy, I just have to plead guilty.
No, it's not that. It's just that you're doing a lot. Doing a lot.
I do the best. Look, I like to give my listening audience respect. I don't like to cater. I don't pander. I'm me. People can either accept me or reject me as they wish.
You're fine. I'm just telling you
to be anything that I am not.
I'm just saying, I was just observing that, and I was like, I want to hear this person talk, that I can understand how you flowing and how you roll. Anyway, first of all, I'm not here to be antagonistic, but I definitely would like to present some different ideas, some alternative, maybe realities. First of all, you said that how many percentage did you say of the white population in America? Did you say 70%?
That would be a high figure. Is it minimum at least 65%?
Okay, we're at 58% white America. About 58%.
I don't think that's accurate.
It is. It is.
I don't think
It's
it
accurate.
is.
Yeah.
I don't think it is.
When you look at the Latinos, the Asians, and you look at the Africans and the African Americans,
the last census,
58%.
No, it wasn't. It was.
It's not 70%. It's not 70.
It was closer to 70% than it was 50. I know. I'm certain.
Okay.
The last census. Now I don't know what has come in between since the last census, but I don't think it's been altered by that much. I just don't.
Okay.
But even if it is,
well, you know, y'all Republicans claim that, you know, we got 120 million, 200 million new immigrants and shit. So
I never claimed that.
Which
I don't
one
know
is
what
it?
fool says that.
Which one is it?
Look, we don't need exaggeration from either side of the argument. The numbers
I'm just saying,
indisputable.
Y'all are so dramatic with it all. Oh, it's just a flood of immigrants. So that would make sense that there's less white population if we're gonna actually well, look, yeah, if you take a bite, said it's about 50-something%. So come on, it's not 70.
No, it's more than I guarantee it is. That's wrong. That's just wrong.
You might want it to be, but okay.
No, I don't have what I want. I want to look at the facts that were the best.
Go look it up real quick. Just look it up. We don't have to argue. Just look it up real quick.
The most reliable indicator we have is the United States Census, and it says close to 70%.
No.
If you've got a better source than that, fine. But I don't
want to. Please name the source. What census from what?
The United States Census, because there wasn't.
I know what it is. What year? Which one?
The last one they conducted.
Which one? Which year?
Was that 2020? I believe it was 2020.
I'm gonna look it up right now while we're talking. I don't have to argue. Let's look at the numbers. We can argue with the numbers.
If you have a better tool than the census, make me aware of it. And if it's
it ain't no 70,
I will change my mind if you give me better evidence. I will change my mind. I don't know of better evidence than the United States.
You just said that you know the number. Yeah. Okay. It says in 2020, the U.S. Census said the white alone population accounted for 61.6% of the total population.
Okay, that's the non-Hispanic.
This represents a decline from 72%. Okay. So this is what it said. It said 61%.
Okay, that's 11 points higher.
I'm seeing 58%. It ain't got nothing to do with no Hispanic. You just wrong. You just wrong.
That's okay. 11 points higher than 50.
It's okay. That's what the numbers say. Everybody look it up. We ain't got to argue. Everybody look it up. 2020.
Look it up. Like
type in 2020 census, and it says right there 61.6% is white.
Then we agree.
It ain't no 75%. Okay.
It's not 50% either. Can we agree?
I didn't say it was 50%.
All right. Can we agree that 60% of anything in any poll or any vote is a significant majority? Yes or no?
I'm going to read it one more time. The 2020 census says that white alone population was 61.6%. There we go. We're done.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that a significant enough majority to be considered a majority?
Listen, I don't need to be right. I'm looking at the stats. If the stats had said 80%, I'd have read the same thing. I'm just reading what
I know they're not as high as 80%. Not
it
anymore.
Says okay.
But, anyway. But let's put it this way. My figure was closer to the reality than yours.
You just got to win. That's what old people do. It's okay.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Now, come on now. Stop it now. Stop it. Now, you know better.
I'm a little trollish. Don't take me too serious.
Now, come on now.
I'm a little trollish.
Let's put it this way. If the numbers are as you say, I'm going to go back and examine them again. But if the numbers are as you say, we're both incorrect. But let's face it.
No, we're not both incorrect.
68%.
Let me clarify something to Gen Z. Gen Z, he said that 70% is white alone or in combination. You're asking a question. It says what I have right here. It says white alone, not including any Latinos. 61%. That's what it says. White alone, not including any white Latinos or Latinos. Latinos ain't white.
Look. Well, you tell that to Latinos who classify themselves as
Well, you see how that's working out for them, don't it?
Wait a minute. Look, I don't care what it's working out as. Now you're going to tell
They
people
getting deported.
I thought that was one of the arguments black people had.
They ain't too white.
We didn't want other people telling us what we were. Now
They're
you're going to tell.
they're supposed to say, "Hey,
Latinos that they're not.
Don't arrest me. I'm white."
Wait, you're going to tell an Argentinian of German ancestry that he's not Caucasian. You've decided he isn't.
Well, but the reality is that American white people decide who's white. Okay, if we're honest.
No,
and when they see a lot of these people, they say, "Get your ass out of here. You ain't us." That's all I know. Okay.
Okay. Well, look, I'm not going anywhere. I'm a natural born citizen of the United States.
I ain't saying you black.
All right. I'm a natural born citizen of the United States. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
I don't view myself the way other people view me. I am me. I have a strong identity of who I am. I am happy and contented with it.
Are you black?
I do not rely on anyone else's perception of me.
I want to ask you: Are you black? Are you African American? Are you black? Are you black? What's your color? What's your race?
My color is a medium brown complexion.
So
I've done three genetic ancestry tests, and I have a pretty good idea where my Negroid ancestors came from and where my Caucasoid ancestors came from. So I got a pretty good idea of my genetic makeup.
Okay, what do you put on the application when they ask you what you are?
Came from the Congo, Cameroon, Togo, Ghana, and Nigeria.
Africa.
My Caucasian ancestors came from Germany, France, England, Scotland, and Wales. So there you go. So I'm kind of a mongrel hybrid. All three of these genetic reports agree with each other.
Welcome to the club. You ain't special. Welcome to the club.
Only distinction was in
welcome to the club. Most of us are mixed up. White folks too. It's
so
okay.
I'm trying to be specific here, but that's not how I identify. I don't identify myself as German or Ghanaian. I am a citizen of the United States.
Let me get to the point. When you go and fill out the census or any application, do you just bypass anything that says race? Where it says Hispanic, non-Hispanic, black, white, this, that? Do you just ignore that? I'm just asking.
I will usually put black. Occasionally, I'll put not answered or other. It depends on how I feel that day.
Okay, so it's a mood. Okay.
Yes.
Look, this is the thing. I want to say what I came up here.
I could really claim a bunch of them now, couldn't I?
Just mark all of them. Fuck it. But listen, I came up here for two things. I came up here to say that about challenge you on that 70%. And I think that was wishful thinking. And then the second thing is I want to talk to you about what you said about education. And then I want to say something about that January 6th. Is it 6 or 7? I forget. I get mixed up with October 7th. These traumas on these different days.
January 6th was the day of a certification of the electoral vote.
Yeah. January 6th and the other one is October 7th, the day that the damn world fell apart. Okay. So when it comes to education, you tried to say that African American schools, predominantly inner city, and I just want to let you know you're talking to an educator. I think that would be fair to tell you that. And I've studied the whole education process highly and deeply, lots of research. So I know what I'm talking about. And I just found that offensive that you just went to the inner city and you said it's because that's what you know best. What you don't realize is that 61% of white America, most of them, 75% of them live in rural places. Do you know that, sir?
Wait, you're saying 75% of white in Americans live in rural places?
Correct.
Rural. Well, let's have a definition of rural so we have an
Here we go with the game. You know what? You remind me of Obsidian. You remind me of Obsidian. If you're going to tell me
a suburb is rural, then I'm not going to agree with you. So you got to define rural.
Let's
wait a minute,
go ahead.
She said rural, and that is a distinct meaning. That's why I'd say words are important. I don't throw them around casually. Suburban is not rural. I live in a rural environment.
Okay, let me get a definition for rural for you. Good God, this is just taking us all off.
Well, it says here that 60 million people, 1 in 5 residents is 17, about 18% of the total population live in rural America.
What percent?
It says 17.9% of the total population live in rural America. Now it doesn't determine what constitutes rural. So are we saying it's a town that's less than 5,000 or a town less than 20,000? I mean, what constitutes a rural area?
I wasn't prepared to define what rural is, so let me look up what this is.
There's a very easy definition for rural. Rural simply means that is more aligned with country, relatively unpopulated areas than you would find in a city or town. And I know most white people do not live in a rural environment. This I am absolutely certain of. I would say more white people live in a rural area than black people do, but that's it.
I think that's what she's. If I'm not mistaken, that's what May is referring to, Sarge.
Okay,
well, that's fine. Then we got it narrowed down. Then I would agree.
Okay.
More white people live in a rural area than black people live in a rural area. But again, there are more black people. So, and most of these things are true. And we talk about most of anything except for homicide, of course, which is a damn shame. Because now most homicide is black people are the biggest percentage of homicide victims and perpetrators. But other than that, most everything, white people are more because there's more of them, significantly so.
I'll meet you there. Don't worry. I'm looking up what is the census definition of rural so I can meet you where you want to be. It says all geographic areas that are not classified as urban. I needed to go a little deeper. Okay. Urban areas are areas with at least 50,000 people.
Well, that would qualify. Most white people live in the suburbs and they don't live in rural. Because if you want to look at white people living in the suburbs, most rural suburban towns have about that population.
Okay, so it's called urbanized area. That's the name they use, urbanized areas. Yeah. So, and they also have what they call urban clusters. Okay. And that's smaller than urbanized areas. So I guess urbanized areas and urbanized clusters are considered urban. Okay. So what we're saying is that places that have less than 50,000 people are not considered urban. Is that clear? We good?
That's good. But remember, that's for the purposes of the census.
Dude,
so, I mean, if you're going to ask people...
You asked for a definition, and you want to use the census. You said the census was the best government resource. I'm going back to what you said. Can we understand that all these white people, 75% of them, live in areas with less than 50,000 people? That is considered unurbanized areas. They're not urbanized.
And what is the import of that if it's true?
Oh my God, this is Obsidian. You're the one that makes Obsidian. You're making a big point.
I want you to know what is the significance of this to you.
Answer me. Have you met Obsidian? Do you know who he is?
No, I don't know.
You act just like him. You need to meet him.
Look, see, this is what I mean. See, well, here's the problem with much dialogue today. Too many people have been allowed to with paying fast and loose with words. That's why a man can be a woman if he wills it.
BGS does this too. Nonsense. All these questions and definitions. You're trying to keep away from a real significant conversation. I like people like you. Bullshit artists. I like people like you.
No, I don't. I like to pin things down so there's no wiggle room. Yeah, by the way, you can demand that of me too. I don't have a problem with it. Sometimes I'm half stepping, and I need to know when I'm half stepping. And if you can point it out to me, that's fine with me.
Obsidian. Okay. Oh, so my point, excuse me, my point was this. This was my point. My point. I'm not here to antagonize you, but you just
I'm loving this.
You
bring it out. Hey, bring more to me. I'm loving this.
You like it, Daddy?
I feel like I did when I was in the ring, getting my head knocked off.
Okay. All right.
This is what I love, man. I love respectful.
You having a good time?
I love respectful combat. I'm ready for it any day of the week.
Okay, cool. So the thing I was gonna say is I was offended because you sat there and you said that you mentioned that the urban areas, the black inner city, that it was dilapidated, it was toe up, it was bad. And you act like that's the only place that there's a problem in America. Well, I'm here to tell you that 75% of white people live in what you consider rural areas. And let me tell you, sir, that they have some of the worst scores. Okay. They have bad scores. Do you know that the South has the worst school systems? Do you know that? Like the worst schools, like Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, was it Louisiana? Right? They got bad scores. Guess who the majority of that is? That's got them bad scores. The inner cities actually have better scores than a lot of the rural places. Do you know that?
How many is a lot? What do you mean by a lot? Majority?
Okay, there's gonna be, so let's look at Atlanta. Okay, you're familiar with Atlanta. Atlanta is one metro. Then we got Augusta and Savannah. These are pockets of urbanization. And what you're going to find is that the majority of most of the population is either concentrated in the urban areas, right? Like Atlanta, high population. But actually, the whole state of Georgia is many, many more people. That's why it's kind of a purple state, because our cities are growing at higher populations at this point. But for the most part, the rural people in what they call the deep South, those are the majority in most southern states. So you got 2 or 3 major cities, urbanized areas. And outside of that, the whole fucking rest of the state. That's almost every southern state. But what, so you see what I'm saying? Let's look at that. So who we gonna blame? Who we gonna blame? If they were excelling and doing so well in the rural areas, then the state of Georgia would be fucking winning, because we'd only have the poor Negroes in Atlanta and Savannah to blame, right?
Well,
and any other southern state. Let's keep it real.
Well, my brief is not necessarily for or against urban schools, rural schools. My brief is against failing schools wherever they may be.
They are failing in the rural areas, sir.
I do believe this, that among the worst of, since I live in the Atlanta area, I know this, that nearly 70% of Atlanta public school 3rd through 8th graders are performing below grade level in English language arts. 74% are behind in mathematical skills. Now, that is a dismal record by any reckoning, no matter how bad it is someplace else. And I guarantee you, it's even worse in Illinois. I'm an expatriate from Illinois. I lived in Illinois most of my life. I was an Illinois state policeman in Illinois. I know Illinois backwards and forwards, and the Chicago public schools are an absolute ruin.
So here you go again, pointing to inner city schools. You're still not dealing with the rural schools that are failing, just like the inner city schools. You're not dealing with that. And what I've taught in a rural school before, okay, 3 counties away from Atlanta, and it is rural. Sure. And let me tell you something. It was a lot of white folks out there. And you know what? They skip school, they fail, they drop out at high rates. A lot of them are on drugs, in and out of jail. These rural motherfuckers be turning the whole fuck up. Okay. And they drop their academics. They don't give a fuck about school. And let me tell you a little bit more about rural schools. They don't value education. They're underfunded. Okay. That's one thing. You're not going to get a whole lot of talented teachers to go out to the middle of fucking nowhere. It's not going to happen because the pay sucks. They don't have the money. So what ends up happening is local people who went to some community college and managed to etch out some kind of bachelor's degree, just a bachelor's degree, they go and they teach. That doesn't mean they're smart. That doesn't mean they're particularly talented. I did, in fact, go to graduate school a couple of times, and some of the white folks that they managed to get into the fucking graduate program, they failed the teacher's test. I was shocked. We had like 3 of them white folks, rural white people. Okay. They came from Demorest, Georgia. Fucking dumb. Fucking dumb. I'm telling you, rural people are fucking dumb. Look how they talk. I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm just telling you. So we're not going to sit here and put these people on some pedestal and act like the only thing that's wrong is the inner city.
I don't believe I put anyone on a pedestal. I'm simply saying if you go by objective measurement of educational accomplishment, because every state has standards by which a student is expected to achieve when they graduate from high school, at the very least. They're well established. They are found to test the things that the student is expected to know to be considered proficient in the subject matter of the education that is being given. And the records on inner city schools are the worst of all.
And that's the only thing you can talk about. It's not the worst.
I'm telling you right now, I know
Oh,
Illinois, for God's sake, someone should be stood up against the wall and shot for taking the taxpayers' money the way they do and turning out the educational product that they're turning out.
I'm telling you that the rural schools are underfunded. They're low performing. They're not that different from urban. I'm telling you as a teacher what I know. The rural schools are underfunded. Let me tell you something that happened. I found out that some of these inner city schools, they underfunded for technology 101. And so I launched into something. I'm not going to get into the details, but it ended up being a statewide investigation. Okay. And Governor Kemp had to go and find $22 million to fix the problem during COVID because they lied and they said that they had computers for each student to work at home, and they did not. And I was a whistleblower. And so what happened was I was trying to prove that they had underserved the Black schools in the urban areas. And what happened was they started to do more and more research. They required every county, every school district to hand in the information about one-to-one technology. Do you know they found out that all the fucking rural schools didn't have shit? They didn't have no take-home computers. They're underfunded. That means their students get less access to technology. That means they don't get a chance to practice. That means they are not savvy and they don't know how to do a lot of their homework online. They don't have access. They didn't even have Wi-Fi. They had to give these bastards Wi-Fi. Okay. They're highly underfunded. So please don't sit here and act like the rural places, the rural schools are some great thing sitting on the hill with functional people. They have a lot of turnover. Teachers don't want to stay. The pay sucks. The kids act crazy. I know because I taught some of them. And the reality is those teachers are what you call less certified. They're not even certified. What you call highly qualified, they're not. So you got dummies teaching dummies, sir. So they're all stupid. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Don't sit here and keep talking about no urban schools. You don't know what you're talking about.
I think I made the point that the entire educational establishment, from kindergarten through the university, is sadly deficient. I think I made that point.
This is a problem across all spectrums, sir.
Now you had your say. Let me respond to some of it.
Go ahead.
All right, now look. The entire education establishment in the United States is deficient, but you seem to be saying that the primary problem with it, and if I'm mischaracterizing your argument, this set me straight. You're saying the primary problem is we're not spending enough money.
No, wrong. I did not say that. No.
All right, so what do you think the biggest problem with the general educational establishment is? Let's forget black or white for a minute. It's all bad.
Well, you the one came in here talking about the urban schools.
What's the worst problem then? What in your mind is the worst aspect of modern education today?
Okay, so now we're moving to a different conversation. Fine, I will go there with you. The biggest problem, and I'm saying that as somebody who has studied the educational system in comparison to the European systems and the Canadian systems, okay? The biggest problem we have here is because it is by design that they want schools to fail. Democrats and Republicans. Everybody. It's a class issue. They don't want everyday people to be critical thinkers, problem solvers. They don't want that. Because we spend more money per person in this school systems than probably any place in the world. And no fucking results. It's by design. It's by design.
So let me see then. You just said, I believe you just said, critical thinking skills are not being taught in school. Is that your contention?
The goal is to not teach any critical thinking or problem solving skills, or even, I would say, anything that's STEM and creative. Yeah.
All right. So is part of critical thinking the ability to linearly reason from abstract concept? Is that part of it?
See, here he go.
No, you're an educator. I'm asking you, because critical thinking skills is one of the things that I was taught very critically in the United States Army, because they said the alternative to not thinking critically is death. You fail in your mission and you get killed. So they taught us how to linearly reason to an end conclusion and an objective. And I understand perfectly the concept of linear reasoning, rationality, epistemology, and empirical.
You just like.
I would like to know given the current stream of education, with this emphasis on identity politics and feelings, how is this conducive to enhancing or emphasizing linear reasoning and rationality?
Let me put it to you plain and simple. I'm not going to play these semantics and
that's not semantic, man. That's a direct question response to what you said.
Well, no,
I mean, you did hear what you just said a moment ago, didn't you?
What I'm doing is talking plain and simple. You up here trying to do the most. I'm not. I can talk in plain English. And what I'm telling you is that the school system is trying to discourage through the curriculum, through the pacing guides, through everything they do, the subject matter and all of it is disconnected from real life, is disconnected from industry, it's disconnected from anything fucking practical and useful. It's all disconnected.
Illustration, please.
A lot of stuff is taught in like a silo. You know what I mean? There's no connection between anything. Nothing makes sense. And whatever progress is supposed to be made, they have a monkey wrench to throw into it. I don't want to get into it because it'll get boring. But what I'm saying,
that wouldn't bore me. I'd like to hear your take on it.
Well, what I'm saying is, let's say, for example, just simple elementary school. They don't teach to mastery. There, you can teach something and you teach all the way around it, 360 degrees. I need to smell it, touch it, taste it, do it, experience it, right? Mm-hmm. They don't want to do that. They want to tell you what a thing is and they want you to repeat it back. That's called rote memory.
Yes.
This is the level they want you to fucking function on. And they do everything like that. That's a problem. There's something called a Montessori model of teaching and learning. That is very practical. That's about individual learning. You reaching your highest potential at your own pace. And you can go as high and as wide and as creative as you want. You learn through experience and expanding your world and making it interconnected, making you a creative, thoughtful person, as well as a critical thinker and a problem solver. They're not giving those opportunities. Public schools don't want to teach you shit that's actually practical. All right. And that's what I'm telling you, not only practical, but anything that could turn you into a creative person, an entrepreneur,
okay,
a spatial thinker. They're not giving you no activities. And that's as simple as I'm going to say it. I'm not getting all that lingo. I could do that. I'm not doing all that. You don't get the opportunity to shine, and your brain does not get the chance to exercise itself and expand beyond what the fuck they tell you to repeat back to them. That's it. That's the point.
Right. Let's forget lingo for a minute. Let's take a look at methods. Are you familiar with the teaching methods of Marva Collins in Chicago and the results?
Yeah, I don't know every single person in every city. No, I don't know.
All right. Well, Marva Collins was an educator. She had a thing she called a Little Red Schoolhouse. She rejected public funds entirely. She's a Black woman. And she picked students. She didn't cherry pick them. She picked students at random who wanted to come to school, who she did look for and preferred students with parents who would motivate their children when they were outside of the classroom, but she didn't discriminate against anyone. She didn't cherry pick. She made them aware of the opportunities, and these people would either get private funding from other people to go to the school, or they would fund it themselves. And Marva Collins in the inner city of Chicago had a 96%, between 94 and 96% graduation rate of her students from higher institutes of learning. And you know how she did it? She did it with rote learning and Aristotelian methods of teaching, question and answer, and essays. Classical teaching methods that have stood the test of time and are now being largely rejected by the teachers' unions and all the left-wing progressive educational.
Here we go. Left and right. Here we go.
I see what they're doing, and I'm telling you, I can see the rot in it, and so can everybody else.
So you're talking about somebody telling you what to think and you repeating it back to them.
No, that's not what Aristotle.
That's one part. You said rote memorization, and then you said the other part was
question and response. Question and response. In other words, get all those gray cells working to formulate an answer. So,
and then who decides the answer is correct? Let's go back to that. Who decides that the answer is correct or incorrect?
that rote memory is not important. Remembering dates like July.
That's basic
4th.
memory.
What
Is
happened
not.
on
It's not.
July 4th,
It's not.
1776? You got to memorize that. There's no substitute.
I didn't say it wasn't useful to memorize things. I'm telling you, for somebody to tell you what to believe, and then you have to repeat it back to them, and that's how you get your grade. What they said and what they said only. If they said the answer was 222, you have to say 222, and there's no other option. That's what I'm saying.
No. That's indoctrination. That's not education. I'm not.
What I'm telling you is that most of the schools have models that do not expand students beyond basic memorization and simple 1 or 2 step processes, and basically it's closed-end questions. There's nothing open, I am what you call a Foxfire method teacher, and let me say this: for every city there is some educator, some revolutionary, this one outstanding person that tried something and did it and was successful. We have a school here, I forgot the name, it's some white boy, he was on Oprah Winfrey. I forgot the name of the school. I think it's Discovery or some shit, right? There's Joe Clark. There's always one in every city, no doubt. And I don't take anything away from them. But what we're trying to do is use a Ford factory model of education system. This is the problem. One size fits all. We all must move through the first grade. And when we're in the first grade, this is all we're going to learn. And you got to stop. You can't go past that. You have people who are brilliant. And I had, like, even me, I did a thing and I was talking with my friend Tony. We were both in advanced placement classes, right? And they had to recognize when they had him tested, he was so smart that he's smarter than the teachers in the goddamn school. They had to send him to college. Nowadays, they do actually pull you out and take you to the college. And they say they call it a dual program. They're doing that now. But those are the ones who get the real opportunity. You have to be AP. You have to already be identified as gifted in order for you to get a solid education. And that's if you go to a school where they have the resources to test you. So there's a lot of disadvantages here. There's some schools they're not going to take only 3 gifted kids. They're not going to pull a teacher out and give her a class and call it a gifted class because they don't have enough teachers. So you see how public schools are fucked up? They got all this money, but they can't seem to still get it right. It's by design.
I appreciate what you're saying.
And there's a literacy problem. We have a nationwide literacy problem. These motherfuckers can't read. You hear me?
I hear you. I swear I hear you. I think that's one of the most, that is probably the lack of literacy. It's probably the most single dire problem in education today. We had there was an article the other day about a young woman who got a degree from the University of Connecticut, a well-regarded college. The University of Connecticut. She got a degree. And then she's suing them now because she's illiterate. It's like Dexter Manley of the Washington Redskins testifying back in the 80s before Congress. He got a degree when he went to school as a jock and he can't read. He's illiterate.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. Let me explain something to you. I dropped out of high school to join the Army and took a GED to go in the Army. And I went to college for 4 months. That's it. 4 months. But I value education. I'm an autodidact. I got to admit it. I love to read, and I read everything I get my hands on. I got a wealth of life experience, and I read and read and read and read. Everything I get my hands on. I value education. It's one of the most important things there is, and we are failing our children.
Agreed.
Someone should be shot for this. This is tantamount to treason, what they're doing in educational establishment.
I agree with you. I agree with you completely. But you know what? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I had to ask because I was trying to join the chat and it was asking me to do the most. I can't do it. I can't join the chat. But Exposure, I want to say you're funny. You're funny talking about I want the kids to learn algebra in first grade. But we are demanding a lot. Just think about that though, brother. Just think about that. We're demanding a lot of parents. In the public, for your child to go to a public school, you are demanding a lot. And when I say that because as much money as they throw at the so-called school system, that shit should be running so perfectly. It should be a well-oiled machine. All this time, knowledge, information, it's not, and it's by design. They want a worker bee. They want a working class. They want people who can just fill positions, and they're going to make this much money or less. They're not going to be even college ready, okay? And what is required basically with the public school, if you send your child to a public school, what you're requiring parents to do is to be on top of it. Okay, you got to be on top of it because you got to make sure that the school that you go to, notice how they do this by design. You're grouped by neighborhood. You see that?
Okay.
You know how to disadvantage that puts you sometimes if you're grouped by neighborhood? You know what I mean?
Now I got to admit, now my formal education was not at all extensive, but it was very good. When I got in public schools,
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about. Do you understand?
The reason I'm saying is because I want to illustrate to you the difference between then and now, and why I think then is better. Here's what we used to do.
They were taking y'all to the same school that you went to neighborhood.
We were taught how to diagram sentences.
Man, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about. Why
don't they do that sort of thing anymore?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the way that they have drawn these lines around neighborhoods. You all who live here must go to this one school. That puts kids at disadvantage.
Are you for school?
You see that? This is one. I'm talking about everywhere. Most neighborhoods have all the kids. Maybe it's convenience because of busing or whatever. But most of the kids, they have to go to the school closest that they have been assigned to. Do you understand how that puts kids at disadvantage? You want to talk about education and equality and the differences. That's one of the things. So what have they done in modern time? They have opened up schools and said, if your parent can pick you up and drive you in the morning and in the afternoon, you can choose what school. They call it school choice. Okay. But do you see what kind of parent has access to those options? Tell me, what's the difference? Tell me.
Well, if you consider that the typical educational expenditure per pupil in most inner city schools anywhere upward of $15,000 per pupil, and we consider the quality of what's being.
Did you just hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said, and I'm saying that's why I believe in school choice. If the money's going to be spent, why not let the parents have a choice in where their children?
I agree, you should have choice. But did you hear what I said? What kind of parent can pick their kid up and drop their kid off? They got 3 kids. They got one in elementary, one in middle, and one in high. Tell me what you're demanding of the parent. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm demanding a lot, and that's what it takes.
Exactly.
Yes, that's
exactly. So in order for you to get a better or better equal opportunity, you might have to go to a school that caters to your needs. What if you are a kid who's talented and you want to go to a magnet school or a school that does STEM or business entrepreneur school?
Okay.
I'm not even talking about race and discrimination in class. I'm just simply saying you may need to go to a school that caters to your teaching style. I mean, your learning style. Or something medical. Maybe there's a school. We have schools that are catering to students who like medicine. But in order for you to have access, that means your mama and your daddy got to get in a car, drive 5-10 miles. They got to take you there and pick you up. No busing. So we've already set up another barrier for access, no matter what color you are.
Well, do you think maybe if we broke the iron grip of the teachers' unions, we might improve the educational establishment where the children are? I think we could, but let me say, forget that because that's another argument. Let's
that's going to be a big one. Don't start talking about teachers. Teachers ain't got nothing to do with the problem.
This brings us back full circle. This brings us back full circle to the DEI issue, because most things that have qualifications require you to take an aptitude test, and frequently those aptitude tests involve basic educational subjects, and Black children, I believe, are far more likely to be more deficient in them than white students are.
Okay, so this dude is not listening. He's not making any sense out of what I just said. I said in order for you to have access to better education, sometimes you got to go outside of the neighborhood that you fucking grew up in. And you're not hearing that.
One at a time.
Let me finish.
One at a time, y'all. One at a time.
All right,
I want to hear this. Go ahead.
I was almost through. That's why I'm saying whenever you have a competitive examination, you are going to get objective results. Let me give you an example of how this is distorted. In Chicago, in the city of Chicago, Chicago Police Department had a test for promotion to sergeants and lieutenants. They wanted more minority officers. Remember, we're talking about policemen who are already police officers and have to be police for a minimum of 3 years.
We're talking about police officers and aptitude
because this is indicative of what I'm speaking of. It's a perfect example. That's why I'm trying to tell you. If you listen, you'll see the point I'm trying to make. Now, these are people who are police officers. They're already experienced with time in the field. They have to take a competitive exam, and a competitive exam is to teach them what a police supervisor is supposed to know. And they were worried about what they called cultural bias in the test. So here's what the city of Chicago did. They spent $5 million with a minority testing firm. It was minority owned and run, mainly in Wisconsin or Michigan, I think. And they set up a test that, when it was concluded and examined by all the parties involved, agreed it was culturally neutral, not biased in any way toward any culture, and tested what you needed to know to be a Chicago police supervisor. Well, guess what happened? The overwhelming majority of those scoring highest on the test were white males, something like 80%. And now their city had said they were going to go by the results of the test in determining who would get the slots in the school to be for the supervisor school. And then when they saw the results were so heavily skewed toward white males, they said, oh, horrors, we can't do this. And everybody said, well, you're going back on your word. You said you were going to go by the results of the test. And so then they had to come up with another thing they called merit promotions, where you would consider subjective criteria for helping people get promoted. And this is the kind of thing I'm talking. This kind of corruption is the kind of thing that's wrong with DEI.
So I see, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was trying to stop you, because what you're trying to do is you came up here with an agenda to talk down on DEI and this and that.
Yes, I did.
And you tried to engage me as an educator and talk about education and the problem of education. I went there, and as soon as I started getting into the meat of where everything begins, which is access to equal education, right? Separate but equal. Yeah, right. I tried to talk about that. You talking about those brothers who did not pass? You saying it was mostly white men that passed? What did I say?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I said most of the black men passed, but it's at the lower levels of passing.
The ones who scored highest were white, meaning that the black men did not score as high, correct? The black men did not score as high as the white men.
They were minimally qualified compared to the white males.
Okay, and so when I was talking, you're trying to go all the way around what I was saying. But when I was talking about education, I was telling you where it began, sir. I was telling you that the equal access at elementary school and pre-K, this is where the problems began. And it's not a black or it's not a white thing, because rural people have this problem. They don't have access to a lot of resources. They don't have magnet schools. They don't have STEM special schools that do research and robotics and blah, blah, blah. They don't have it. And so please, I'm not here to make a black versus white argue, a Democrat versus a Republican. I'm not here for that. I'm telling you that education requires a lot for parents in the public school system if you actually want your kid to have an equal education. Otherwise, if you're not able to do that as a parent, you're not going to get equality and equal access in the public school. If you can't drive your kid to a school of choice that you chose through a lottery system or otherwise, a high school, a very good school with highly qualified teachers who have my school, my daughter goes to, her teachers, most of them got PhDs. She basically got college professors, okay, in an elementary school. But if I go out here to rural Newton County, most of those teachers aren't even certified. A lot of them are troops to teachers, okay? They're desperate. They even in Florida are using bus drivers to teach. Y'all know that? They got substitutes teaching. Y'all know that? You can't tell me that's equal access. So what I'm telling you is there's a lot of kids who are at disadvantage. Your mama got to work. She can't drop you off at the magnet school and pick you up because she got to work, no matter what color you are. So what I'm telling you is inequality happens in the public school system. The taxes in that area, in your zone, it puts you at a disadvantage.
It sounds
so don't sit here and keep telling me about how bad black men are and how they ain't this and ain't that. What I'm telling you, sir, is that there's a lot of disadvantages that start in elementary school, that start in preschool, and you're not going to sit here and blame no black people for it.
Wait a minute. It sounds to me as though you're making my argument. I'm arguing against the very things you're speaking of. You're making my argument, quite literally. I'm telling you, it is corruption.
You keep talking about some damn DEI. I'm sick of that.
Yeah, because I'm sick of it too. I'm sick of DEI.
No, I'm sick of you.
DEI is a reflection of merit. I'm sick of DEI.
There's no fucking merit when there's no equality, son.
And you know one of the worst things about DEI is it papers over the problem. It papers
gives
it over.
clones
Rather
something
than
to
fix
sit here
the
and talk
problem
about. That's what
with
the problem is.
education among black people, it papers it over by artificially jiggering the results.
Have you ever heard of the good old boy system in the South?
Of
Tell me
course
what
I
it is.
have. And what
Tell
does that
me what
prove?
it is. Tell me what it is.
What does that prove?
I asked you to tell me what it
Crony
is.
capitalism and the like.
No, don't use no fancy fucking words. Just say it in
No,
regular
I'm
English.
gonna use the
What
words
is
I
the good old boy
choose. I
system?
said crony capitalism, and I mean it.
I don't want to hear that. Say it in plain
Crony,
English.
when you take your cronies, people you know, and you elevate them in positions,
White
whether they're
men,
qualified or whether they are
let me
not.
say it for you, because you're not capable of
It is the
regular English.
Southern good old boy version of DEI.
Thank you.
So why
Them
do you
sons of
want to
bitches
justify
been doing
another
DEI
form of
forever.
corruption?
Don't you sit
Because
your
it's
black ass up
already
here
a form of
and try to tell
corruption.
me how black people don't need some kind of way to equal the fucking
So why do you want to justify a new form of corruption by pointing to an old one?
Man, you know what? You just old.
You're
And
just
you're
just
so grateful because you got
radicalized.
through the
That's
fucking
what you
civil
are.
rights
You
movement.
are
You're so
radicalized.
fucking grateful.
You are radicalized.
You glad they let you sit
And
in a regular
you
restaurant with
can
everybody
test
else.
all of these
That's all.
philosophies,
That's all.
all these communists and these damn
What
universities.
ain't got to do with no damn communism. You just
Oh,
glad
yes,
they let
it
you
does.
come through the
I've
front
read
door.
their-
They don't let
I've
you sit in the
read
back
their-
of the bus.
I've read
You just a grateful Negro. This is the
I
problem
have read
with
their
you doing
systems.
that.
I've read their
This is the
curriculum.
problem.
I've read what they say. I know what they are.
You are just so grateful that you don't have to sit in the back of the bus.
Look, we don't need ad hominem to make an argument. Apparently, you're out of arguments because now you're doing ad hominem.
You
What
know
you
what?
ought to do is try to make your argument stronger, and maybe you'll be able to prevail.
You are Obsidian's
Make a
cousin.
better
You got to be
argument,
related.
and maybe you can prevail.
You didn't got my blood pressure. You know nobody gets my blood pressure.
Hey, my blood pressure is 110/70. I'm looking at it right now.
I need to check mine because you're getting on my nerves.
110/70, eh? The old guy, 110/70.
The old guy.
Yeah, the old guy. I'm in damn good shape. You better believe that. Now let me just say something here. Because look, this is really important. Like I said, I believe DEI, and not only is it corruptive, it's counterproductive. It doesn't help black people at all.
What about that?
And by the way,
not
only does it not help black people, it really just helps these goofy white women out here who've been raised up to be.
Can you speak on the good old boy system? You see how you stepping over that? You see that?
Yeah, there are all these white women who are left feminist nutcases, and that's what mainly helps.
You just got talking points. Here we go.
Yeah, I got talking points because a lot of them are valid.
A lot of them have been given to you, like that rote memorization we talked about.
What was given to me?
From that basic ass education. That's what I'm talking about.
What was given to me that you don't think I thought up by myself?
That's what's wrong with y'all coons. All they tell you to do is think one way and repeat.
You're losing the argument, and that's why you're doing what you're doing.
Losing shit.
Yes,
you didn't know.
Everybody here knows it, and they don't have to admit it. I don't have to know where you're going to. You lost this one, my dear.
I ain't lost nothing.
Yeah, you never admit it because you're too
private.
private.
I don't want to talk about the good old boy.
You're like most leftists. You don't ever admit error.
I'm not a leftist.
Yes, you are. I can hear it in your voice. That's clear as a bell. You are.
We can hear it. You get stressed. You get stressed.
I'm listening to what they just saying. You believe in the Foxfire method. Who do you think promulgated Foxfire?
Foxfire.
Where do you think Foxfire came from? Who was the originator of the Foxfire educational approach?
No.
Who was the originator of the Foxfire educational approach? Do you know? Where did that pedagogy come from?
I'm done.
Yeah, I thought so.
John Dewey and your point.
Well,
no, I'm not done like I'm mad. I'm talking about with that topic. John Dewey and what? What you want to say about John Dewey?
Yeah, well, there you go, right there. The one of the leading progressives of his era.
So?
Yeah, he helped start this rot.
He actually fundamentally changed the educational system to become more actually critical thinking, better actually.
The Dewey Decimal System was okay, and that was
I'm not talking about no damn Dewey. Got nothing to do with no Dewey Decimal System. That is not John Dewey.
The only thing he did.
Maybe you don't know John Dewey. You don't know John Dewey.
I do know John Dewey. You want to go head to head about John Dewey?
Listen, You not want to talk about. You see how you skipping around? Let's talk about the good old boy.
I'm not skipping around. I mentioned John Dewey. He said I don't know nothing about it. Then you're gonna challenge me on it.
We were talking about.
Serious? Do you really listen to yourself, or do you just toss out?
You listen to yourself with this cooning you doing.
I'm listening to myself, and I'm listening to you.
About the urbanized problems and blah blah blah. You don't know nothing about the rural areas.
You're the one that's
about rural education. And you clearly do not want to make a connection between access and equality and DEI. Let's talk about white men and their system, please. Can we please talk about the good old boy system?
Again,
yes
I don't
or
want
no?
to make your
yes
connections.
Or
you make your connections for yourself. I'll do my own job. You do yours. I'm not here to make your arguments for you.
Can you tell me about the good old boy system, please?
Again, I told you, it is a Southern version of DEI. It's another corrupt system.
Is it alive and well, sir?
In some places, yes. Not to the extent that it was.
You don't think
I answer questions. I don't ignore yours.
That Trump is doing? You don't think that
ignore your questions. I answer them.
I'm asking you, do you think that shit Trump is doing?
I'm all
for billionaires.
I'm all for
and
it.
all the shit he's doing. You don't think that's good, old boy?
I'm all for it.
You all for it?
Yes, because I can.
Does it include your black ass?
I can give you the results of it. I can tell you what the results are. That's why I'm for it.
Does it include your black ass?
That's the thing I've been dreaming about for the last 25 years.
Absolutely not. You're excluded.
Now, if you're
not part of the good old boy club,
what went on under Joe Biden when
you won't marry.
Couldn't even put up.
He was
running this country on an auto pen. Please,
you want equality, but you always you're not never at the table. You want equality, but you can't sit at the table. Okay, brother. Okay.
Look. You know something. I'm not a narcissist.
By race and class. You're hollering about some fucking equality.
I'm not a narcissist. The world doesn't revolve around me.
Man.
You seem to think the world revolves around you and your desires.
What?
You heard me.
I'm talking about white men. This ain't got shit to do with me.
Oh, now you talking about white men?
I'm talking to you about equality.
How are white men keeping you up doing what you need to do?
What? What?
How are they keeping you from doing what you need to do?
I never said they were. I asked you about the good old boy system because you over here crying about equality and DEI and all this type of shit. And I'm trying to tell you, brother, is there are systems in place that are very similar to DEI. And I was crying about that shit.
What I think about DEI. I've answered this question 3 times now. 3 times I've answered this question.
But go deeper. Go deeper, though. Go deeper.
Okay. Let's agree. Let's go deeper on it now. And no more.
We understand
because you're not making your case very well.
I'm not trying to do anything except explore the idea.
Let's talk about the good old boy system.
Yeah,
and
go
what
ahead.
It entails.
I'm a mute. Go ahead. Tell me about it.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what it is.
Good old boy system.
That's what I'm doing. The good old boy system isn't limited to white men. It ain't. You think
right there? You fucked up right there. Right there.
Henyard in Dalton, Illinois. You think Tiffany Henyard isn't doing her version?
Oh my God!
Good old
somebody come here and talk to this man. He's crazy. He just said the good old boy system is not about white men. Are you fucking serious?
Now she says I'm crazy.
You are. You're nuts.
I mean, you got no more arguments. You're losing and you're frustrated. I can't help it if you're losing. You're frustrated. That's your problem.
You saying that the good old boy system ain't got nothing to do with white male patriarchy? Are you serious?
She's running her version of the good old system in Dalton, Illinois.
Where'd you dig him up at?
So is LaToya Cantrell in New Orleans.
Now he's talking about black women. Y'all see this shit?
So is LaToya Cantrell in New Orleans.
This ain't got shit to do with the good old boy.
So is Muriel Bowser in Washington, D.C.
Listen.
You have no answer to any of it.
Your ass.
You want to call me crazy again?
This is Obsidian's cousin, no doubt.
Oh yeah. Well, I need to get with that brother. He's my kind of guy. He's my kind of guy.
Meet him. No, y'all would butt heads.
Where can I get in touch with him? Where can I get in touch with him? Where can I get in touch with him?
He get rid of you quick.
He's my kind of guy. He's my kind of guy.
Yeah, y'all. Tell him in the chat, y'all. Tell him they the same person, please.
I ain't never heard of him until today. I don't know who he is. I think I want to meet him now.
You sound like him too.
Well, good. We need to get
I'm
together.
sure you
So
got
we
some
can
teeth in
marshal
your
our
mouth. That's good.
forces.
That's good.
We need to get together so we can marshal our forces.
Oh, wow. Oh, Lord. See, Big J? We just talked about the
I mean, you know what that gets me about leftists?
Somebody
What
want to
that
meet it.
gets
Oh,
about
Lord.
leftists, and you clearly are a leftist. They try to shame you out of positions, and my position is infinitely stronger than yours is.
This man just
And yet
said.
still you're going to try to shame me out of mine.
This
It's not
man
going to
just
work.
said that the
Never
white
has worked because I'm too strong
Orwell
for that.
system is not about white
I'm
men
too strong
and
for
their
that.
power
It will never
structure.
work with me.
Okay, let's try to. Can we try this again?
Let's try it again, and no more damn ad hominems.
I will be quiet if you can please tell us. You are hilarious. I'm starting to laugh now because you something else.
Yeah, I know. Hey, you got that from Saul Alinsky, didn't you? You learned that from him, didn't you? Even though you don't know his name.
Who?
Saul Alinsky, Rules for Radicals.
I don't know what that is.
Marginalize, polarize, and dehumanize your opponent.
You know what? I told you that when we first started this. I said you remind me of this guy named BGS because you like to take the conversation in 10,000 different fucking directions.
I take it in the direction that's appropriate.
Yeah, that's what y'all call it.
And not only that, I listen to every argument you made. I responded to every single argument you made, whereas you just dismissed.
Yeah, but you always take it and deflect it somewhere else because you want to go that direction.
Are we going to start again or what?
Okay, yeah, you can. I'm gonna mute.
Well, let's do that. You're the one that said we're going to start again.
I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna mute and listen to you talk about real white only male power system called the good old boy system. I'm gonna be quiet. And it's white
That's
people.
not true. That is only.
There we go. Oh my God!
Now,
oh, seriously, oh, be quiet. Just go ahead. Go ahead. You got it.
Now, that is, you are looking at archaic times. There are no white boy only systems in the United States in 2025. Let me say it again. There are no white boy only systems in 2025.
Tell me more about the good old boy system. How could it be possible that the good, or maybe you don't know what the good old boy system is?
I just told you I did, and you agreed with me.
So how do you figure that it's not
very good? Do you? You agreed with the definition I gave you a little while ago. Now you're saying.
And now you're saying that it's not a white male only system. That's what you're telling me.
That may have been what it started as, but it is no longer true. There is not a single system of government today that is white boy.
I didn't say government. This ain't got shit to do with government.
All right, so then that's why I say let's narrow. Why do you think I say narrow the focus?
Can you just please speak to the good old boy system as it relates to white male power, and particularly? I mean, I think it started in the South, but at this point, it's expanded beyond the South.
You gave me something to work with. Thank you. Now let's talk about.
I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
System has white men once upon a time employed it. Okay, that's something that's historical and real. We can talk about that. But you can't tell me it doesn't exist today among black people, just with the same.
Man, can you just focus? Can you just focus? You got ADHD worse than me. You cannot just focus on white males. Is it hard? Is it going to hurt you to just talk a little bit bad about massa? Just a little bit.
You know what? You just can't help yourself, can you?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Obsidian.
You seem to believe I'm incapable of argument based in fidelity and objective truth. You seem to think everything has got a racial angle to it. You're obsessed with race.
Where's Clue when you need him? You and Clue have a great time.
Yeah, you need a lifeline. You better throw one out.
I don't need nothing. I need you to speak clearly about one. Let me do it. Just forget it. You just forget it. You failed. You got an F. I'm giving you a grade.
Good. I'm glad you failed in your school. In your school, I wear that as a badge of honor.
I'm a good teacher. Anyway, let me say this. I'm going to speak on what the good old boy system is as I understand it from my.
I'm taking notes too.
Please do. Please do. And if you're a really good student, you can record it. That's okay. It's already recorded on YouTube.
Madam. I've never failed in any competitive test against anyone, white or black.
You are something else. Wow, they got some characters online.
Make your case. I'm taking notes.
Where'd you meet him, Big J? This one right here.
Go ahead, make your case. I'm taking notes.
Okay, I'm gonna speak to it. So when it comes to the good old boy system, historically, since white men have come here, I'm not going to go into no details about the 400 years book called White Trash, talks about the 400-year history of white America. I'm not gonna go in untold history of poor white trash. I'm not gonna go into it. I'm excluding them. Okay, I'm excluding them from this conversation. I'm gonna talk about the white people who had resources and name and connections. Okay, those white men who've had resources, names, and connections, those white men have always linked arm in arm. They make calls, they make decisions, they have shadow groups that meet and organize and make decisions before the meeting. They have meetings before the meetings where they all agree, they help each other, they wipe each other's backs, right? And what they do is they forgive each other. And I'm not even a Mason or anything like that, clearly. So I can't even get into the higher levels of how they interconnect with each other. I can't even get into that. But I understand those brotherhoods exist too, of many proportions, right? But what I'm talking about is just the most basic. Southern men have said, you got to survive, I got to survive. And we have a commonality. We are going to will the world we want to inherit, and we want our sons to inherit. And it's based on this that we will cooperate in every way possible to suppress and oppress anybody who ain't us. That is the good old boy system. They hand each other opportunities. They hand each other contracts. They give each other all kinds of monetary support. In every aspect of life, they help each other. They may disagree about things, but they are thick as thieves. They are on code, as Black people say. That code has existed for a long time. It excludes anybody who is not male and white. You don't get a seat at the table. You are automatically excluded. You don't know those meetings happen because you're not invited. You don't know the opportunity exists because it's been handed. It's called nepotism. So that kind of system exists. You don't get an invitation. You're not part of this party. You never will be. You don't get fucking access. It exists among the elite. It exists among the average everyday white male as well. Some of these unions and shit, you think they not like that too? Even among the working class. White men look out for white male power. This is the good old boy system. It's evolved in many ways. We're watching Trump use the good old boy system. He don't got not one nigga at the table. And he don't give a fuck. And you sitting up here acting like he's some fucking savior.
Oh, Jesus. When did I do that? Please stop it. Did no such thing. Right,
so I spoke on the good old boy system. Do you see anything different?
I didn't do what you just said. That you made that up. All right, let me say it this way. So, you know, where you're saying that people form networks in the communities they live in, they reinforce each other, they help each other, and they forgive each other. Well, gee, whoop-de-doo-dah. I guess nobody else in the world does that. Now,
but your black ass can't come.
The only thing, you had your piece. It's my turn now.
Go ahead.
I interrupt you.
I'm you.
All right, so look, all these people out here do that. That's what people around the world do in the communities. I don't know why you think white men in the United States are an exception. Now, here's the only thing you need to be concerned about, and me for that matter. And I am concerned about this, where they suppress and oppress and exclude all others who are not white males. But I would just like to remind you, since we're talking about history, when black men set up their own organizations, such as the Black Panther Party, you might want to talk to Elaine Brown and Kathleen.
See, why you got to go to extremes?
You're interrupting me now. I didn't interrupt you.
Hmm.
Again, you might want to talk to Elaine Brown and Kathleen Cleaver about the oppressing patriarchy they experience and their complaints against the black men of the Black Panther Party. Now, that is really a function more of patriarchy than anything else, rather than looking like it's just white men who do it. So look, you got a point when you talk about black people historically were suppressed and oppressed. That is indisputable. Why do you think we have a 14th Amendment? The white men who wrote the Constitution put in a mandatory process, and the Constitution was amended to make illegal the very practices that you decry.
Wait. Sorry. I got to cut in. Didn't I recall when you had this conversation years ago that you said you was a part of the Black Panther Party in 1971?
You know, I said I aspired to be in the Black Panther Party, and I hung out with them because I used to be a little aspiring radical myself. I know how they think.
Okay,
I was one of them.
Okay, but Sarge, what made you stop being around the Black Panther Party in Chicago?
I learned the nature of transcendent objective truth, as stated in the Declaration of Independence, no matter how imperfectly it is realized.
All right, go on, carry on, Sarge, carry on. I just have to add.
All right, so again, I mean, I understand these. Look, we ain't never going to achieve. Like I said, perfection is the enemy of the good. We have a good system. We have probably developed in this country the model for every other country when they come to being. What do they model? Their constitutions and their form of government around. Even the Soviet Union said they would model their constitution on the one that they came up with in 1787, right there in Philadelphia. Everybody does it. The South Africa says, to a great extent, South Africa has said they modeled their constitution on the United States Constitution. And there's a reason for that, because it speaks to transcendent objective truth and a framework of government that has at its core an aversion to and opposition to tyranny, which is the opposite of liberty, which means freedom from arbitrary and capricious control. And that's not a talking point. That is the reality of what they were attempting to achieve with the Constitution.
So Sarge. So let me quote Mother Twerks, my future baby mama here. But let me ask. So, are you admitting that patriarchy is a problem?
No. Patriarchy can be corrupted like any other useful institution. Patriarchy is, given the fact that it is so universal, Jay. And let's face it, patriarchy is probably among the most universal societal institutions on the planet. They're not identical everywhere. Please don't think I'm saying they're identical. They're not. But I believe the patriarchy formed has a natural response to the relatively short reproductive lives of women. That's why patriarchy came to being, because after all, a society lives and dies by its progeny, its posterity. And everything society, for the most part, civilization was organized around was a recognition of the relatively short reproductive lives of women, which led us to patriarchy and sexual roles and distinctions. Yes, it's been corrupted.
But
of course it has. Every institution in human endeavor gets corrupted, including the patriarchy. That doesn't mean it is an essentially natural system. Again, given its universality, how could it be otherwise?
Some people would say we're in a matriarchy.
Well, in the Black community, we are to some extent, and that's part of the reason we're in trouble we're in.
Here we go. Here we go.
I don't pull no punches. Hey, when I was a boxer, I learned to pull my punches only when I was sparring. I don't pull punches.
Is patriarchy an idea, or is it something people actually practice? What do you think?
Oh, it's definitely a practice. There's no doubt about it. Like I said, it's universal. It's hard to name a society that's matrilineal or matriarchal. There are maybe one or two, but they're tiny.
No. I just mean like in everyday life. Like, do people really practice like the formations of family and patriarchy? Do you really think in the West, particularly United States, that people are actually practicing full patriarchy? I'm just curious.
For the most part, they are, not to the extent they once were. Yes, they are. I absolutely believe it.
Okay, so in a patriarchy, how does men pick women in a patriarchal society?
How does men that? How do men what?
So it when it comes to patriarchy, right? So if patriarchy, so do women have the first say? The first. So I mean, if we going by the terms of patriarchy, right? Then shouldn't men have to pick a right of the first refusal?
Well, I think you're thinking about the specific systems like you had. What was that? Primogeniture, like they had in medieval Europe. I mean, not every patriarchal system had anything like that. So I mean, like I said, there are distinctions. I'd rather speak about what patriarchies have in common. and that is male-led endeavors in those things that have to do with building the civilization, that have to do with protecting the civilization, that have to do directing the governance of the civilization, and then maintaining its infrastructures. Now, that's a short list, but that's among the most important things. Whereas the dominion of the woman was largely in the family, and to some extent helping to transmit the culture to the young. And for the most part, it worked pretty well in most societies for thousands of years. Is it corrupted? Yes. That doesn't mean it's not a natural way for human beings to organize the societies. You go to South Sea Islands, you got patriarchies.
Well, I'm comfortable with patriarchy because it's the only system that I know in human history that's kind of been here and seems to be the regular order, the status quo. So I'm not crazy enough to be like, oh, we got to turn this upside down. I don't see it as a problem, me personally. Okay. But what I can say is I believe that the rainbow has thrown a monkey wrench into, you said corrupted. I think that patriarchy is under threat because of the rainbow. That's what I think.
Now we have agreement 100% there. Total agreement.
Oh, wow.
Total agreement. I might be a little bit more extreme on it than you, but I think
I don't know, brother.
I think that transgenderism, particularly, is a manifestation of mental illness on its face. It's prima facie and evidence of mental illness. Now, they're not all as mentally ill as the most extremely mentally ill of them, but at the very least, it is a minor manifestation of mental illness, and at its worst, it's literally a pathology.
I don't want to get into the details myself of too much of it, but one thing that I really do feel bothered by is the fact that we are doing these new games with language. I'm a Generation X, so I'm shocked by it. Maybe Generation Z is not shocked by it. But when you start saying that a thing is not a thing, when you start saying that to say this is violence, or to not call something is violent. If I don't use pronouns, it's violence. And then it becomes like a cause to be fired or to be thrown off social media when there are consequences behind not pretending. That's what I'm trying to say. When there are consequences from not agreeing and pretending, that's the problem in society. You know what I mean? Because my whole thing is, can I say I identify as a wealthy Black woman and I need you to honor and respect my pretend reality and give me $1 million? I'm just saying, how far does it go with these identity politics? You have to honor who I say I am. How stupid you gonna get? You see what I'm saying?
It's kind of like when George Orwell, when he talked about
wow, I was just thinking about that, Jay. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Jay.
it was either
I'm about to say the same thing.
Right, because
what do you call it? Wrong speak? Was it called wrong speak?
Wrong think.
Wrong think. Yeah. It's double speak. 2 minutes hate. Because I see the whole transgender thing as 2 minutes of hate. Right, it's 2 minutes of hate. Then there is love is hate, peace is war. That type of thing. When we deny the truth about biology, and we want to be transracial. We want to be trans this. I'm like, no, a white person cannot be a Black person.
Right.
A duck cannot be a chicken. A goose cannot be an eagle. So when you blur the lines of words, there's no separation of what is truth, right? Because you can't, and that's a problem. And also the other book by George Orwell, Animal Farm, when the pigs took over Farmer Brown's farm, the pig says something. Well, all animals are equal, but the pigs are more equal than all. So it's kind of like when you using pronouns and then though I find it funny though, right? I find it funny. Okay, we in the world where we got to question what is a woman, And then we got idiots online from the Black Manosphere who cannot understand to have some that can't comprehend the English language. You got men who can't comprehend, and then we got people who can't understand pronouns. I find it very funny. We need to rethink about the English language and how we need to make sure words actually matter. But anyway, I just
Jay, you remember what I said earlier? I used a term that I call left feminism. Remember I said that? And here's what got me to think about this. Is George Orwell quote. And this is a quote from George Orwell, and I think it is so much truth with what we're seeing today. And he said this, and he's talking about Winston Smith is ruminating, he's thinking about certain things. And he says this: he disliked nearly all women, and especially the young and pretty ones. It was always the women, and above all, the young ones, who were the most bigoted adherents of the party, the swallowers of slogans, the amateur spies and nosers out of unorthodoxy. Remember, George Orwell had been a communist. He had been part of the Internationale. He saw what was happening with communism and Marxism and what the aspirations of the Communist Internationale was, and he was through with it. He realized it was anti-human nature and anti-human. And one of the reasons there are so many unhappy women today is because much of what they're believing is simply at odds with human nature itself. And they don't want to admit it because they've been indoctrinated in this.
Like what? Like what? What do we women believe? What do we believe?
I don't know what women. I'm not a spokesman for women. I know what left feminism tells them.
Oh, here we go.
I'm not a spokesman for women. I will not attempt to be one. I'm not a spokesman for men. I'm a spokesman for Sarge.
You just said that women have been indoctrinated to believe particular things that are not natural, and that's the cause of our malaise. Please tell me what you're talking about.
Let me again. Let's watch. Words are important, so I'm going to focus again. I didn't say left feminism is the cause of all of women's ills today. Why they're so unhappy, why so many people, both men and women, but especially women, are lamenting the state of man-woman relationships today. I'm simply saying that what they've been taught by left feminists, not feminists, because I believe in equality feminism, but left feminist is a different brand of fish.
Do you mean
what they teach is at odds with human nature, and I believe women's nature.
Like what?
Like the fish that you can have it all. You can defer childbearing infinitely, and we know that's not true. Now, I got a remark here in the chat room that male sperm production declines with age. Well, that's true, but it still stays there. If you're a healthy man, you are literally creating sperm to the end of
I think that's why Trump's son.
Whereas women have a reproductive window of between 14, 45, or 50, and that's it. And we know after 30, it gets a little bit dicey. Now, that's a very short span of time in which to be reproductive. And this is the desire of all human beings, really, that are normal to be reproductive and pass their genes on to succeeding generations.
So you saying that they tell, I could see that part, defer, put it off. Okay, yeah. But I mean, we got to look at two economic realities, though. Like at this point, it almost takes two people to maintain a family, a household. So it was inevitable anyway. You know what I mean?
No, it wasn't.
Huh?
No, it wasn't. It's happened. I agree with you. It's happened. The reality of it's here, but that was done by many other factors. Again,
average man makes $35,000 to $40,000 to $50,000. Okay, depending on what area he's in. And to get a mortgage and maintain all the other things and lifestyle and a full family on $50,000, good fucking luck.
Even during the Great Depression.
Here you go. See, for hopscotch through fucking history. Here we go.
But even during the Great Depression, if you had a job, it was possible.
This ain't the Great Depression.
But I'm just saying, I'm giving you the worst example to show you, to illustrate my point. I'm giving you.
I don't need you to go back in history. Let's just do it now, please.
I think we need to go back in history because people keep ignoring history like it doesn't matter, and it keeps repeating.
You see this? You see this shit?
It keeps repeating.
You got 2 for 1 in this one.
Those who do ignore history are doomed to repeat it. All right. So again, even during the Great Depression, If you had a job, you could usually take care of a family on one salary, even during the Depression. Now, today, we don't have anything like the Depression, but we can't. Most people say you can't support a family unless two people are working. How did that come about? That's what we need to ask the question. How
No,
did this occur? It wasn't always the case for most of American history.
we just got to deal with the fact. It's just a fact right now.
I understand that. So you don't want to examine it?
Listen, brother, we got fucking phones that cost $800, and everybody in the household needs an $800 phone. That's the world we living in, whether we like it or not. It costs, you know, everybody wants to drive a fucking Tesla. It costs. It costs.
Well, they should scale down their expectations.
Who is they?
It's foolish. It's just foolish to want a car you can't afford.
But you know what? This is the modern era, and we're being sold and marketed to constantly in this capitalist society. So this is going forward, and people are embarrassed about their poverty. Remember, you know, Generation X, we were brought up on, what is it? Here's the life of the lifestyles of the rich and famous. You know, was it Robin Leach? Yes. They started with us. Yeah, they started with us young. And then they had cribs. And then everything now is everybody's fucking fabulous. Everybody. See, even everyday people. We used to reserve it for celebrities. We used to say it's okay for me to drive a Honda. And it's okay that Michael Jackson has, you know, a Lamborghini because he's a celebrity and I'm not. He's famous, I'm not. Those lines are gone. This is what modern technology has done. Everybody's a fucking celebrity. Everybody's supposed to be something that they are so far away from. But people, that's why I was telling you, the delusions that are being given is problematic. We're moving reality around, and that's really bothering me. And AI is really upsetting me. Okay.
Do you remember I said earlier about people's expectations, and we talked early on in our discussion. We talked about how I mentioned Herbert Marcuse. Remember the guy said the guy who wrote Eros of Civilization, which was the Bible for the radicals on college campuses in the 1960s. And remember that phrase that came out of the 60s: "Do your own thing." Remember that? Mm-hmm. And that phrase assumes so much cachet amongst young people in the 1960s. Now you're supposed to do your own. You are freed essentially from your obligations and your duties to civilization, to society, in your country, and even your family. Because the most important thing is your self-actualization and your self-realization. In other words, narcissism became the coin of the realm. That it is metastasized, and the very thing you're speaking of, we are seeing is metastasization today. That's literally what it's become. It became this way because it all started then.
But do you think, though? See. I think the machinations of the 21st century started in 1945, when the technologies changed. You know, I think you know, I see B just Igmore and AB in the chat room. They want to go back to 1945, where, you know, before, you know, when we split the atom split two. You know, that replaced 15 men in a coal mine. You know, or you know, and women were freed from the appliances. You know, they no longer could. Women have more freedom within the household because of the appliances and more leisure time. And then we got the birth control pill and so forth. And it seems like some of the arguments that some people are making is, let's go back to pre-World War II. Let's go back to why would
anybody waste time thinking about that? You can't take technology back. You can't take how far we've gone, automation, all of this shit. You can't take that back. There's no point in even having that conversation.
May and J, that's kind of rhyming, ain't it? Anyway, look, May and J, look, let me explain something. I don't want to go back to 1945. Look, there were many things in 1945 that were better societally, but I remember polio, okay? I don't want to go back to polio. So there's a lot of things about 1945 I don't want to go back to. But look, I'm saying this. We cannot abandon what was good in that time and supplant it with what is grotesque in this time. That's all I'm saying. We don't have to go back to the past. We can build on the past, export from the past what is still useful and valuable, and allow and make it better today. No, we don't need.
This is a boomer dream. This is a boomer dream.
We don't need to
You're
dwell
a boomer
in nostalgia. I don't want to.
You're in nostalgia, which means delusion. Because
wait a minute, but I am not going to deny, and this I really miss about the past, the continuity and the togetherness of the Black community that really existed in Chicago, of all places. In Chicago, all of my parents had a father living with them. All of my friends had a parent and a father living with them. All of them. The exception was somebody who either got divorced, there weren't many of those, or their father died somehow in an accident or an industrial accident or a highway accident or something. Everybody had a father in the house. Everybody. And they would take us places.
And part of it was you were a unified community because there was segregation.
Like that
there was segregation. Like I told you, you are grateful that you don't have to sit on the back of the bus. And that's why you love the white man so much. I get it. And I relate to you.
I don't love white men as a generic thing. There's a lot of white men I despise utterly.
I don't believe that.
Individuals. I take people as individuals. That includes Black people too. There's a bunch of Black people I despise totally and utterly. Just like a lot of white people.
Seriously though, I just want to say this.
Depends on you as an individual. I don't give a damn about your race being some kind of either counting for you or against you. It doesn't count for you or against you in my book.
What I want to say to you is this. One of the problems with the boomers is that you guys did go through a lot of trauma. They throwed your race in your face, kept you separate in separate space. And when they finally had integration, after they beat y'all ass to let y'all integrate and all the other stuff they did to y'all have become so fucking grateful to be somewhat accepted by society that y'all have become colorblind or docile. Y'all ain't got no fight in you. That's the problem.
Been colorblind a day in my life. I never will be either.
You act colorblind. You won't even put your damn blackness on your.
I don't put that has a merit or demerit. I'm not obsessed with it. I don't look at it as something you're supposed to be proud of or ashamed of. It's just
what I'm saying is the fight is gone.
The only thing you should be proud of is what you as an individual accomplish.
Where's your fight?
Because you didn't have anything to do with what genetics you were born with. You had no choice.
Where is your fight? Is what I'm asking you. Where is your fight, sir?
My man, you have. If you knew what I've been through, you wouldn't even ask that question. That's why
I don't mean the military. I'm talking about racial.
That's why I'm not that much interested in talking about myself at length. Because, I mean,
we can about you. I'm asking you.
I'd really rather talk about issues rather than me as an individual. But you better believe I've been through stuff you have no idea of.
Okay, listen, you the one keep talking about you. I'm talking about you boomers. Where's y'all's fight? Where is y'all's fight is what I'm asking you. Why are y'all always so quick?
For truth.
Y'all are either one extreme or the other. Y'all either went all the way to I hate whitey, fuck whitey, or y'all are docile and colorblind and making
docile. I'm ready to fight this oppression we're up against, this tyranny that was coming in particular out of the Biden administration.
See,
I'm ready to go to war over that.
Oh my God. You know what? Let me say this to you.
The thing though, I'm not willing to go over the war of the things you're willing to go to war over. That's where we have a disagreement. We have a disagreement as to what is valuable to each other. I don't necessarily share what you think is important to fight for.
You are stuck in a left versus right. Everything you said, blaming Marxism, this, that, da, 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 da. You are stuck in that. Left versus right. My team versus your team. Gang, gang. And what I'm telling you, sir, is they on the same team. And it ain't your team. Okay?
Can you accept the same bird?
What is my team?
It's the same bird. It's the same bird.
Same bird. Left wing, right wing.
Right, what team you think?
Same bird.
You think I'm a Republican? You think I'm a Republican?
You keep hollering about lefts and progress.
No. I didn't ask a very specific question.
The answer is yes. I believe
of the Republican Party.
I think you're a conservative, right-leaning, whatever you want to call that.
Yeah, that's truer than me being a member of the Republican Party. Yeah, you're right. Because I'm not a
right, and that's what I'm telling you. I think that you've gotten caught in this, that's the devil and this is God, and that's unfortunate because Congress is Congress. Them motherfuckers pick a team and they switch sometimes. You see, Gabbard,
Yeah, because she gave her reasons. I used to be a little radical myself.
That ain't no damn transition. It's just convenient, man.
Do you think I'm gonna?
There's no conversion.
Do you think I'm gonna condemn Tulsi
All them motherfuckers are neutral. You know what they like?
No, I
Fucking green.
switched sides. I'll give you the reason why I did.
There's no side. There's just Congress.
I switched my ideological allegiance. Let's put it that way.
You doing that? Don't people? I'm trying to tell you, them people never had an ideological. They just pick one that's convenient and they
told you about that spokesman.
They play a character.
I don't know what her motives were actually.
I'm just trying to tell you
that she told us. Wait a minute. She told us what her reasoning was.
Those people don't believe none of that shit. They just pick a side and play a.
You're not in her head. What are you now? You're a mind reader.
People.
Wait a minute, are you a mind reader? How do you know what the woman is thinking?
Look how these people vote. Look how they do different stuff. Look at what Chuck Schumer just did.
What did Tulsi Gabbard vote that would indicate
make wheels and deals because they're making money.
You know what? About a very specific person. What vote did Tulsi Gabbard give you?
You
what
can't
action did she take to indicate to you that she wasn't sincere?
Okay, hold on. Are you asking May, or are you just asking May? You're asking everybody.
Everybody.
I heard because she said Tulsi Gabbard wasn't sincere. So I want to know what Tulsi Gabbard did.
Let me. Okay. Let me say something. I tried to work in the Tulsi Gabbard 2020 presidential campaign. And the reason why I backed her campaign was, one, though she was not a woman. Well, first of all, me and her born in the same year, 1981, right? So I was on the premise of let's have somebody from Generation Y, millennials, to run the country because I'm tired of the baby boomers fucking up. So I'm on her little campaign, and and then I noticed some bullshit come out of her mouth. Oh, I'm for gun control. Okay, fine. You're a Democrat. Okay, fine. I'll let that slide. But then most of her little politics is based upon what she feel rather than based upon her principles. So she abandoned the Democratic Party because Davy Wassel Schultz did some hoe ass shit, and Hillary Clinton did some hoe ass shit with the Ohio delegations at the Democratic Party convention, and also the West Virginia delegation. And then all of a sudden she talking about no war. We don't want no war. Okay, then why are you backing? Why are you standing with Stephen Bannon then and Stephen Miller? Well, I'm not a racist, but then you up in the hotel room with Donald Trump and Stephen Bannon and the rest of and when I said hotel, I ain't calling her no hoe. I'm just talking about.
Did you see that picture? That picture was crazy.
Right, her standing with Stephen Miller, and her Stephen Miller and Trump. And they all they're discussing. Yeah, they're discussing policy. That's when I looked at Tulsi Gabbard and said that. That's how I was done. I was done with her in 2019 anyway. I was done with her ass anyway.
Well, I see your point. Anyway, James. I mean, I think you look. If you invest too much in any politician, you are bound to be disappointed. I don't think the idea for me is to invest any emotion in any politician, but to see what particular issue they're on the side of, and then for me to make a judgment on how important it is that issue is to me. And that's the way I do with everything. I don't look to politicians for anything, for my inspiration, my identity, or anything else. I'm concerned with how they govern and whether or not they are governing in accordance with the United States Constitution. That's it.
I hear you on that, but I just want to submit to you this idea that there may not even really be any real left ideology or really right ideology as far as what people truly believe. Maybe let's just say, hold on, just let me give you this idea. Maybe people choose a costume. Do you want to be on the red team or the blue team? Pick one and stick with it. Do your best to act that part out. Maybe, just maybe. And when it's to your advantage, you're in a swing state or something happens, then go to the other side. Maintain and preserve yourself at all costs. Sell out who you need to sell out. Cut whatever deals you need to cut. The whole goal is to make your money, get your connections, take your family to the next level, and pass that shit on, and make sure you stay till you die. Maybe that's the only goal. Maybe nobody believes none of that shit. They're all friends, and they're all cutting deals, and they're all getting rich. Okay? Maybe that's possible. Just maybe. That's why I don't get caught up on no left and right. I think, like Big J said, you got a left wing and a right wing, and they're the same fucking bird. I'm just saying.
Well, I might tend to agree with that. I'm not very much against what you just said. That's why I don't put. I like it. What's that say? Put not thy faith in princes. I don't either. I don't put my faith in princes, no matter how aligned I may be with them on many issues. I say, look, everything they do is politic, and we know what that means. The word politic. So look, if you're expecting anybody to fulfill all, then you're a cultist. I'm not a cultist.
Yeah, I don't mean the individual. I just mean the whole thing of the left versus the right, the Marxists versus the progressive. I'm just saying all of that shit. I think at any time these people are there, they're in it to win it. And I don't think they're going to hold to any particular thing. They're going to do what they need to do to preserve whatever they want to be there for. That's all I'm saying. Special interest or whatever. Some of them been put there by AIPAC. They just there for AIPAC. They playing a Democrat because that's what you need to see. But they ain't really no damn Democrat, right? We see a lot of this. It's just a lot of cosplaying. It's a lot of costumes. And I wanted to mention this to you too. I am not a conspiracy theorist, but I saw a lot of stuff. Big J, I asked you if you could pull up that picture of the video of that black security guard running from the mob on January 6th. If you see that shit, you will understand that the dog has been wagged. That the Democrats and Republicans, this is my example, they got together and conspired to make January 6th happen. Why? I do not know. I can't understand that. But they did.
I actually think though there's some truth to what you're saying. I think there's some truth to what you're saying, man.
It's got to be, because all of it was acting. I've been to DC, and the one thing I do know about DC is there's a lot of underground shit. Okay, and Congress collectively organized. They were not in harm's way at all. And if anybody was paying attention, I stayed home from work that day because I said it's about to be a bloodbath. If this stupid fool literally goes down there and has these people march into the Capitol and cross that line, because if you go to DC, you know, as soon as you do any little thing around the Capitol or that White House, there's going to be FBI, CIA, everybody going to come for you. They're going to be shooting your ass. You'll be dead in 5 seconds. Make anyone move. Okay. You military, sir. You ought to know that. High security, right?
Okay.
So how do you organize and brag for 6 months that you're going to do an insurrection, and you make threatening and use threatening language, and then you have a mayor who's told to stand down? She's saying, I need the National Guard. I need this.
No, she didn't. She wrote a letter saying she didn't want
get nowhere because he go with this crazy.
She wrote a letter on official stationery saying she did not want the National Guard. I can read it to you. She did not. She said it. And
they told her that she did not need it.
Now, how do you know this?
Oh God.
Because I mean, you really need.
We're gonna let you be right. We're just gonna let you be right. Okay.
I'm looking at her letter, and you're telling me somebody you cannot name told her to do it.
Where's the FBI director? Where's the CIA?
What you say?
Where's the National Guard? The CIA? Where's the Pentagon?
Okay.
Where's all them people? Where's all the federal government that did not see a fucking threat when you got a man doing a stop the steal for 6 fucking months talking about they coming? You think they don't have surveillance of all the Proud Boys and all these other Confederates and Nazis and shit?
So we can put Muriel Brown to rest then? Let's put her to rest.
I'm not going to sit here and get caught up on petty.
All right. Yeah.
My point is, everybody stood down. Do you understand?
Right. Okay,
the federal government, the Pentagon, the CIA, Homeland Security, out of all the fucking shit that has to go on, this is the one day that DC has its whole asshole open and wet.
Okay.
Make sense.
All right. Again. Let me put something for your perusal here. All right. I know I'm going to be accused of engaging.
Sorry, Big J.
I know what you're going to do after I tell you this. I'm certain you're going to do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. You're going to accuse me of engaging in a double-blind conspiracy here. But hear me out, and then you can accuse me after you hear it. All right. Over 140 members of the House of Representatives and the Senate had publicly announced their intentions to object to the electoral count under the Electoral Count Act of 1877. That was going to happen. They said they were going to do it. They said they thought it was suspicious. They pointed to election irregularities in at least 5 states. and they had plenty of documentation that there were ample election irregularities to challenge the results of the certification and decertify those states or send the results back to them for recertification. Because Congress can do that when they count the votes. That's what they do. That's why they have the ability to object under the Electoral Count Act. Now, if you believe that Trump engineered the so-called insurrection,
I think both sides did it. Both sides.
Please, if you believe that Donald Trump engineered that insurrection, so-called, if you believe it, then you also have to believe that he set in motion the very thing that would prevent the objection to the electoral count, because Nancy Pelosi was then able to invoke emergency rules to shut down those objections. If you believe that. Now, the double blind aspect is, well, Trump knew he didn't have a case, so he engineered the riot in order to shut down the objections so everybody know he was full of shit. So I say, I know how y'all work. I know what you think, but I'm telling you right now, you would have to believe that Trump wanted to prevent what would create an automatic avenue to the Supreme Court to object to the election, even if the vote failed in Congress.
Well, wait a minute, Sarge. Then where was these same 100-something Congress people when they redo the counting again?
That's just it. They could, under the emergency invocation of rules, based upon that they had to adjourn the meeting to go hide in the bunkers or wherever they went, and then when it came back, the Speaker of the House invoked the emergency rules where only the consideration of the vote, either up or down, could be considered. No objections to the vote could be considered. All the parliamentary objections were thrown out the window under the emergency rules.
Okay.
That's in the House rules. That's why she did it.
I wasn't even in all that deep. I was looking at the fact, just on the surface, that a lot of things did not add up. And so I would say that the government itself, our government does conspire to remove people and pit regimes against each other. They have a way of creating theater and bullshit for a show, for an outcome. You know that. Do you agree with that? That our government?
Of course, I agree with that.
Okay.
There's all kind of
but I'm telling you,
I'm not privy to.
This right here was not a Trump alone, and it wasn't the Democrats alone. I do believe that they knew they wanted it, just like Netanyahu knew about October 7th. Just the same way. You see a dumpster fire coming and you stand down so you can get the desired outcome. You understand? So I think that was intentional. Those people were not lying when they said that they saw guards opening up and making a way and high-fiving and shit like that. That some of those people were government officials that were in plain clothing and pretending and costuming to be protesters. I don't doubt it. But what I'm telling you is some of that shit that happened is unheard of. It just doesn't make logical sense. The levels of security, Homeland Security, FBI, CIA, National Guard, Pentagon, it don't make no sense. None.
So like the Washington Naval Yards was a few blocks away. You couldn't march them sailors over there. You couldn't march the Marines over there.
That's at the last minute, but just think about the preparation. Where was the preparation? I'm a fucking high school teacher in Georgia, and I literally got me some popcorn, and I said, I'm about to watch me some white folks get killed today. They gonna put this shit on TV, and as soon as they march their ass out there and think they gonna cross that invisible line, they gonna get blown to smithereens. I want to watch this shit. I took off a day of school.
The President of the United States is not allowed to deploy federal troops on Capitol Hill without.
They got police. They could. Man, you always want to get in the fucking weeds, man. Cut that out.
He's not allowed to do it.
You're not gonna let nobody take over the goddamn DC. Quit playing.
I don't care what you say. He cannot deploy.
You're trying to get caught in the woods
on the Capitol building without the express permission of the Speaker of the House. No matter what you say.
Somebody gonna fuck you up when you come to the damn
No
White House.
matter what you say.
Your head blowed off.
Yeah,
Okay?
okay, but here's the problem, Sarge.
How do you just
No,
say yes he can? No, he can't.
okay, but here's the thing, Sarge. But Trump, but you see, you're so much into the left-right paradigm
Yes.
that you don't see that Trump is created. Trump did not win by himself. He was created. And what I'm saying is CNN I don't believe one word what CNN say. I don't care one word when I saw that election of 2016 and they showed a whole debate with Donald Trump and they showing Donald Trump in that Rembrandt light. That's telling me right there, nigga. No, I mean, I'm sorry, but it's telling me that y'all know who y'all picking the right outcome. Y'all put Donald Trump in the middle of the stage when he never been a senator, he never been a governor, never been no ambassador. He didn't serve nowhere in government. You automatically put him right in the center of the stage. And I noticed this about every time I watch presidential debates from 2000 on up till recently, they always put the winner always in the middle. It's always that winning candidate, except for Obama. With the exception of Obama himself, every other front runner or major party candidate is always in the center of the stage. They always pick them out. Now Obama was like to the left. And then Obama was somewhere to the right, somewhere on the stage when Hillary and when Hillary Clinton was always in the middle of the stage, and then you see Bill Richardson and John Edwards on opposite sides of her. Obama happened to move right from the sides and into the middle of the stage. That's the only time I see an election where like you already know who is, you don't know who is the nominee. Even when I went back to watch the 1988 Democrat debate, you don't see Michael Dukakis and Jesse in the middle of the stage. You saw Gary Hart. You saw the red-headed white dude's name, Gebhardt, in the middle of the stage. I've been noticing they pick their candidates based on who they put in the middle of the debate stage. They've been picked.
Okay.
With the exception of Obama, I noticed they've been picked.
You know, Trump did teach me one thing. I used to think the fucker was crazy. He said, fake news, fake news. I used to think he was nuts. I actually had faith. I can't believe how stupid I was. After the pandemic, my eyes have been open in ways I never had imagined. I was put to sleep by Obama. That's what Obama was. He was a sleeping pill. That hope. I was programmed. Hope. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Well, I'm gonna tell you when I got hit.
But let me ask you this real quick before I go further. The fake news is fucking facts. That shit is all manufactured, and it's all a joke, and you cannot depend on it. It's Hollywoodish. I've learned so much, and I just want to say this: at the Capitol, I want everybody to watch this video. There's a black officer, and he's being chased. He's a Capitol officer. He's being chased up the stairs. He has one stick in his hand. He manages somehow just to keep 4 feet ahead of this mob, this hungry mob of white people. I want y'all to go look at it. He turns his back to him. Then he dashes off. He's the one who's the hero for the day because he deterred them away from Congress. And the crazy thing is Congress had already left. They didn't tell anybody on the news. Y'all remember that? We were thinking they were all hunkered down. There were videos of them hunkered down behind chairs and on the carpet. But they didn't tell us that they had been left, that they were underground in their offices. Notice when they came back, they had typed full fucking speeches that they didn't have before. Speeches that were written while they were so-called running for their lives. All of this was orchestrated. The best thing to do is look at that video of that black cop and you're going to see him dancing, spinning around. And notice how the cameras always just one step away from him. And it already knows where he's going to go. I want y'all to look at that shit. But anyway, I'm going to ask you this, brother. Do you think Biden was really, really sick and fucked up? Or do you think that was orchestrated?
I'm absolutely certain that he was non-compos mentis for all of his presidency. I mean, all of it. They lied to us about his condition, and that he was literally a marionette for shadowy eminence de grise behind the throne pulling the strings. I absolutely believe it 1,000%.
So you think he was literally sick and gone?
Yes.
And people were taking advantage of him? Or do you think this was an act so that they could have chaos?
It was a combination of both, actually, but more so, he was not mentally there. He was suffering from prostate cancer and undergoing the chemotherapy. And we know that it suppresses that messes with your brain, even if you don't have any underlying cerebral problems. And he had a bunch of them. He had already had a stroke before he got to be president. Before he got to be vice president, he had a stroke. Look, this guy was non-compos mentis, and I don't know who was actually governing the country for most of his presidency. You never even saw him hardly sign a bill, maybe one or two of them. You see every bill Trump signs. He does it publicly. He holds it up after he puts his signature on it. But we don't know who was actually signing those bills in the law, or whether or not, if he had a sound mind, he would have vetoed any of them.
But I think when it comes to the Biden administration, who was running the country, I think there was Pete Buttigieg. I think Pete was running the shots because nobody's not going to elect a gay president. I want y'all to think. Think about it. He won Iowa, and then when they figure out though he was homosexual, a lot of people turn him away. No.
Was he in DC like that? Was he up there at the White House? Was he really integrally involved every day?
The Secretary of Transportation.
That ain't that.
Well, I mean, yes, you're right. The Secretary of Transportation is not that important, but think about it. He's close just enough
proximity
to be around. But not high enough so everybody can, so won't be no scrutiny. There won't be no scrutiny if he was like Secretary of State or Secretary or Attorney General, some old shit. There would be a lot more scrutiny to him. But since he's down at the bottom almost, nobody ain't gonna notice him because it's not enough scrutiny. But then he's close enough. So I'm assuming. He was one of those people who pulled the strings, just like how Colonel House controlled the White House when Woodrow Wilson was president, when Woodrow Wilson had that stroke.
Yeah, and his wife.
But
Jay, but Jay, my gut tells me it was a combination of these people who were running the presidency. Dr. Jill, Obama, Valerie, and Susan Rice. That's who I think was running it.
What about Nancy?
That's my gut telling me that.
What about Nancy?
Who?
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah, she had input too. Yeah. So, but whatever it was, he wasn't running it. Now you can talk about Donald Trump all you want, but there is no doubt. Given, I understand the magnitude of the size of the federal government, so clearly he can't know everything or govern every little detail. But to the extent it is possible for a president to be in charge of his presidency, Donald Trump is in charge of his presidency, for better or for worse.
One thing I can say about this country, and we just had to think of things like this, especially important stuff. Think about urban planning. They plan cities and streets and infrastructure 20 years ahead, so they say, right? Why wouldn't they architect politics the same? I'm just saying.
Well, they do. They have that. That's why they have the national committees. You have the Democratic National Committee, got the Republican National Committee. They do plan down the road.
No. On a deeper level. She's talking about on the deeper level, outside of the political party structure.
What I'm saying and suggesting is that they do a lot of shit for us to think we're participating. But maybe 20 years ahead, people and things are decided. And we are just thinking that in lifetime we're participating, but it's already been done and set in stone. If you would plan a city 20 years ahead, why would you not plan the political destiny of the most powerful country, the superpower, the richest country in the world? I'm just asking.
Well, that's a given. I mean, we already know based upon what has been revealed, and we're just in the nascent stages of this revelation. We already know that the deep state is real, and we've got an unelected bureaucracy of civil servants that actually run the federal government almost as much, even more so than the politicians do. So that's indisputable. And do they plan things down the road? Yes. Do they plan things day to day? Yes. They are really in control when you stop to think about it. Several of them were caught on camera at the highest GS levels, which is the highest levels in the civil service, talking about how they could obstruct the agendas of the confirmed secretaries appointed to head these departments. What's his name? James O'Keefe caught him by name. We know the officials, and they were telling how they were putting in the plans, or they could put in the plans, and were planning to put in an operation, abilities to stop the confirmed heads, confirmed by the Senate, appointed by the president, from actually running their departments. Mm-hmm. So we know it's true.
Go ahead.
We know it's true. We know they do this.
Right. And that's what I'm thinking. What happened with Trump? I don't like the man at all. I cannot stand him because he has no moral fiber, and he's just a pompous asshole. He's just not likable to me. I know a lot of y'all men like him because y'all think he's brewing over with testosterone, and somehow that's attractive. Huh?
He's gangster.
Yeah, they call him gangster, and gangsters steal and gangsters kill. Yeah. So he might fit that role. But my thinking about him is this. I believe that he was sincere as fuck when he said they stole the election. I think that he knows they've let him into the understanding, like anything else, the United States fixes its own shit as well as fixes other people's. You see how they did Syria? They kicked the motherfucker out and they brought another one in. It's just that simple. Right? They move people around. And I think that they had showed him the plan. And he said, no, I'm going to run an election. They said, sir, this has already been decided. You are going to lose this election and then you'll get around next time. And he says, no, I want my time now. And they said, no, you're not getting it now. And, they had fist fights. He melted down. He responded by doing the stop the steal. I think they informed him, your time will come again. You will be reelected when we decide. But that's not the script. And you're going to stay on script. And I think they pulled him to the side and they told him, look, motherfucker, we're going to take your ass to court. That's where all this comes from, right? We're going to have you in lawsuits. We're going to do all kind of shit. We're going to tear you down. You're going to shut the fuck up and play along. You're going to do what we say. And look at here all the lawsuits. And here are all the charges. And here's your impeachment. Now act right. And he started, oh no, he broke the mold. He's supposed to be quiet and play along, and he didn't do that. And that's why he suffered all these consequences. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. And I believe they told him, wait your turn. It'll come back. We got to let Biden do this. It's going to play out like that. And then you'll have your turn. And he was like, no, there's still an election. I'm not crazy. The man wasn't crazy. I think they stole the election from him. I really do.
Oh, I know they did. I have no doubt whatsoever.
But it's by design, though. He just needed to accept it and be patient. In my theory.
Well, I don't think we should ever accept a stolen election with ample evidence that there should definitely have been a congressional inquiry into whether or not it was stolen. It wasn't stolen in all 50 states of the union. It was stolen in 6 key states. He lost by 45,000 votes across 6 states. They didn't have to get every state. They had to
you really want to believe in that Constitution real bad. And so that's why you're saying
and I do, and that's what I intend to, because that
is I'm telling you that
everything else is what everybody wishes it would be, or whatever their whims want it to be. And I don't want to be governed like that.
Well, I'm just telling you, I don't think they're doing anything constitutional. I believe, just like you urban plan 20 years ahead, I believe that the leaders of this country and their cabinets have been picked 20 years ahead. That's what I believe. And I don't think elections got shit to do with nothing. You do understand, Big J, didn't you say that the first couple of presidents, they were picked among themselves, a small group of white men?
Yeah, because if you go back to the early days of Republic between John Adams, and let's say Andrew Jackson, between John Adams, and Andrew Jackson, those presidents were either from Virginia and they were Secretary of State. Look at him. Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, James Monroe.
No, come on.
Even John Quincy Adams. They all were either Secretary of State or they came from one damn state. And then I noticed about ever since World War II, most of our presidents came from Yale or Harvard.
Yep.
Or Supreme Court judges. Yale, Harvard,
Skull and Bones.
Right. So there is a problem with our politics where you got certain universities controlling the politics, nationwide politics.
That ain't constitutional. That ain't constitutional.
Yeah, but Jay, I'm sure you don't believe that anybody in the United States other than George Washington could possibly have been elected president the first 2 times. As long as he was alive, nobody else and wanted to run, it wasn't nobody in the world with a prayer of beating him. He was like a combination of a rock star, athlete, and war hero.
I'm not talking about Washington. I'm talking about between Adams and Jackson. Those presidents, you look at their who they were before they became president. All of them was most of them. All of them was Secretary of State, and only one of them did not come from the state of Virginia.
Well, Virginia was a hotbed of the people who made the revolution. I mean, that's not just
right. So think about it in that term, and then look at it from 1970 onward to today. From 1960 on today, most of those presidents that we have from Kennedy on till today came from Harvard, Yale, with the exception of Jimmy Carter and Ford. Everybody else came from a Harvard. LBJ came from my
Trump
university.
Came from Warburton.
Huh?
Trump came from Warburton.
Warden College. Yeah, but I'm okay. Yeah, but all of them come from these rich universities, and I'm excluding LBJ because LBJ comes from Texas State, and Texas State is just an inbred state college, and I love Texas State because you got some women over there. I like to clap them cheeks over there. But anyway, I'm gonna leave that alone. But I'm just saying
it's a good thing,
right? But I'm just saying that since 1960, most of your presidents comes from certain types of universities, and it's showing. You look at the Supreme Court, it's basically the same shit. They come from Yale or Harvard or Stanford, and it's the same. And you keep looking at it like, well, no wonder they acting the same way. They're doing the same shit, even if they're left wing or right wing. They're doing exactly the same shit, or like they're speaking the same way.
Well, they're
just air of elitism.
Jay, you got a real good point there, and I believe that is one of the reasons the antipathy by those who hate Trump and have Trump derangement syndrome is so incredibly powerful. He literally is a boulder in the stream. He is not acting the way you're supposed to act. I mean, he's not doing what you said all those others are doing. I believe that's one of the reasons for the hatred against him. I've never seen anything like it.
Well, Donald Trump is a rich white trash. Okay, he's rich, trailer park trash, and he's some of what the lower white community, the lower class of the white community, want to emulate. They want to emulate.
Noble Riche, I'd say more like it.
Yeah,
not really white trash.
Well, okay. You gonna put it?
His
Okay.
immigrant grandfather didn't come over to this country wealthy, and it's only like 3 generations before you get the.
Well, I mean, he's kind of Donald Trump reminds me of Andrew Johnson, presidents like that, or presidents like Andrew Jackson that have that, that lower class white. I'm a Bogart myself all over the damn place.
Yeah, I agree with that. Can-do attitude sort of thing. Pushing. Yeah, he's definitely all that, no doubt.
Right. That's how I view Trump, though. But
more so than anything else, he refuses to do things the way things are done. You just don't do the things that I say it all the time. You don't do what Trump does. You don't upset the apple cart. You don't upset the norms and the world order. How many times you heard that with regard to Trump? The norms, established norms, and all this. Trump is the biggest iconoclast to ever sit in the Oval Office since Andrew Jackson. And they hate him for it. There's no doubt.
Yeah, but Andrew Jackson started shit that after he left, it left a bad taste in everybody's mouth after he left.
Well, when I got the idea that the news media was full of it, I've told you before, Jay, I worked in Alan Keyes' campaign when he ran against Barack Obama for the United States Senate. And that's when my eyes really got opened. And my eyes got open to the uniparty. That is, yes, the Republicans and the Democrats all too often. I saw it in action in that race. Alan Keyes came in as an outsider from Maryland. And neither side wanted him because they couldn't manipulate him because he was from the outside. He was against abortion. He was against homosexual rights and all this other stuff. They couldn't stand him. And both sides, the chairman of the Republican Party in Illinois, Judy Topinka, and the Democrats conspired to torpedo his candidacy. Now, Obama was going to win either way, but he shouldn't have won to the margin that he did because they all colluded together to make Alan Keyes look like a nut. And if you saw all 3 of those debates, he beat Barack Obama's ass so bad it was like stealing candy from a baby. I swear to God it was. If you don't believe me, you go back and watch them on the YouTube. They're all available, especially the one where he debated him at the University of Chicago in Hyde Park. He just tore him a new asshole.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying that
is a nut job. But Alan Keyes is a nut job.
The thing is the collusion that they had between the various sides, and that's when my eyes got open to the things you guys are complaining about. I'm not denying a lot of the stuff you say. The uniparty that is often the Democrats and Republicans that cooperate together on many things, and the lying mainstream press.
They call it reaching across the aisle. Like this stuff new.
And the lying mainstream press, there's no doubt of it. All I'm saying, though, is as bad as the Republicans are, and they're pretty bad, they're not prey to the kind of insanity and lunacy that the Democrats are. For me, that is a big dividing line. Yeah, the Republicans are rationally corrupt.
The Republicans are taking the gays on now. Republicans are taking on
but Republicans are rationally corrupt. Democrats are totally insane. They're lunatics.
I got woke right now. Oh, it's getting similar. Don't worry. It's catching up.
The worst they can say about the Republicans, they got Marjorie Taylor Greene. And compared to Slavey Crockett and Ayanna Presley, and
he called her Slavey.
And all those people.
You're not getting past that. Say her name again.
Taylor Greene is the image of rationality compared to them.
Say her name again. The black one. Would you say her name?
Slavey Crockett.
Ooh.
That's what I call her.
Did y'all hear this?
About slavery. She told us we need to have.
Did y'all hear that?
She told us we need to have immigrants in the United States to be our new serf class to pick cotton and vegetables.
These conservative boomers are going to ruin America. Y'all see this shit?
That's what I said about Slavey Crockett. She's the one said we need immigrants to be our new slaves and serfs.
Crockett.
She said it. I didn't make her say it.
Fucking wow.
Big
now, Bishop. Yeah, okay. I know who Knight and Bishop, because Obama's a primary opponent. No, scratch that. The first Republican opponent Obama was run against was married to the actress he played on Star Trek D Space Nine.
Yes.
Yeah, and he got fucked. I forgot her name. Yeah, she fucked him over in that divorce court and released all them records out that he dropped out the race. That's how Obama just eased up into the senator seat.
Oh, Ryan, man, they screwed him over something royal.
Who?
It was so diabolical what they did. They got a divorce court judge to unseal his records in a totally unconventional way to smear him and his wife, to force him to drop out of the race so they could get a candidate from outside like Alan Keyes, who Barack Obama could easily trounce. It was a disgrace. It was a disgrace.
Obama was going to win that race anyway. He was going to win it anyway.
He was, but they colluded to make the victory even more lopsided than it was. You should see, I was in it. I was at the center of it all.
Listen. Oh, you was the center. Wow.
I was in Alan Keyes' campaign. I was a surrogate speaker for him.
Wow.
I was working in his campaign.
You are probably a rare person.
You better believe that. And I tell you, and watching Alan Keyes make intellectual mincemeat out of Barack Obama was one of the highlights of my life.
Oh, wow.
He literally ran intellectual circles around Alan Keyes.
Now, I'm gonna tell you this about Sarge.
Y'all listen, I gotta run. It's late. I enjoy.
Oh, come on! I'm about to tell you.
Oh, go ahead. I'll wait for you. I'll wait too. Go ahead.
Right now, before you leave, Sarge, tell her what like you did in Hawaii. Cause that's something else that what you did. You were so dedicated against Obama, May. Sarge went all the way to Hawaii to find the birth certificate.
No, that's not what I did. See, now you say
oh wow.
Let me tell you what happened.
Okay.
Let me tell you what happened. Here's what I wanted to do. I wanted to address what Barack Obama did. SARS didn't make him do this. He did it. He wrote a letter on White House stationery complimenting the staff of Kapiolani Hospital in Honolulu for the great service they gave him and his mother in his claim that he was born there. He wrote it on official White House stationery and sent it there and put it on the White House website. He did it, not Sarge. So I said, okay, I'm taking a vacation. What? Me and my wife, we're taking a vacation in Hawaii. And I said, since we're going to be there on the main island of Oahu, where Honolulu is, I'm going to go by the hospital and ask him about it. I'm going to ask him, okay, if that is true,
he said, wife, I got questions. Go ahead.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me tell the whole thing because Jay just distorted what I actually did, and I want to set the record straight. Okay. Now, since it was incidental to what I was doing, which was a vacation anyway, and the hospital where he claims to have been born was only 4 miles from my hotel, I just took a rental car and drove over there.
You just happened to go. Okay.
I went over there. I went in there, and I said, why is it that your hospital does not have a commemorative plaque? Because remember, the first president born in a hospital was Jimmy Carter. And here we got Barack Obama, the first black president of the United States. And there's not even a plaque commemorating the birth. And he's just proclaimed it on the White House website with an official letter. I said, how come you guys don't have anything commemorating his birth? And the president of the United States is saying he's proud and grateful to have been born there. You know what the answer I got was?
What's that?
They said, we can't give any details about anybody being born here. I said, well, wait a minute. Hasn't he waived any privileges of privacy by announcing publicly he was born here? Why can't you confirm or deny the veracity of the president of the United States in an official statement?
You didn't went up there and showed out.
They gave me the same answer. They said they couldn't tell me anything about it. So then I said, well, can I see the birth certificate? Don't you have a birth certificate on record here? I said, no.
They like, who is this nigga?
We can't deny or confirm you have it. I said, okay. And then I walked out. I didn't argue with him. I wanted to hear them officially, the hospital spokesman, give me an answer, and they gave me bullshit.
Have you ever done a White House open records request?
The governor of the state of Hawaii, Jerome Abercrombie, said he went to the records at the Hawaii Department of Public Health, and he said, listen to me now, the governor of the state of Hawaii with access to every single record kept by the government of Hawaii. And he said he couldn't find it. What do you expect me to do?
So you're still convinced that Barack Obama is not a U.S. citizen?
Let me tell you this.
Here we go.
Listen to me. I want you to listen carefully to what I say, because I do not want you to make a straw man out of my argument. Listen to what I say. Every single word matters. If you believe his life story, the life story that he gives, not me, what he said he was born to an African national father who was in the United States on a student visa. And he was born to a mother who was a natural born citizen who might have been underage at the time she got
Here
pregnant.
we go. Here we go.
Might have been. I'm not sure about that. That's why.
Lord have mercy. Here we go.
Now,
Lord.
if you
These fucking boomers.
let me finish. If you believe Barack Obama's life story, then he cannot, wait a minute. He cannot be an Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, natural born citizen, eligible to be president, if you believe his life story. Because both of his parents were not citizens when he was born.
Wait, what?
His mama ain't white. He ain't white American.
Okay, and why would his mother not be an American citizen then?
No, I said she was a natural born American citizen. You see, that's why I said listen to every word I said. I said his mother is a natural, like me, a natural born U.S. citizen.
Right, and
she's eligible.
You are birthright, sir. Your birthright.
I'm a natural born citizen. I'm not a citizen by virtue of the 14th Amendment. Both of my parents were citizens. I was born in the state of Illinois. That makes me a natural born citizen. Period.
That's not what the hell they called it. They called it birthright. You were born.
No, I'm a natural born citizen. There's a difference between a birthright citizen. Wong Kim Mark was a birthright citizen. I'm a natural born citizen.
What's the difference?
Here's the difference. There was a case in 1898 called.
Oh my God, hopscotch! I can't do this. I cannot do this.
You asked the question. You want to know.
I cannot do this tonight. No, absolutely not.
She doesn't want to know.
Your first name is Obsidian. Your last name is BGS. Okay.
You asked the question and you don't want to know. Now talk about a walking contradiction. I don't know what to say to that.
You boomers cannot stay in present. That's the problem. Y'all are always in.
You asked me to tell you what the difference is. I'm going to illustrate it.
Man, I gotta go. I can't take it.
You ever listen to yourself?
All right, then.
I appreciate you. Hey, you stay up here and you keep talking.
Do you ever listen to what you say?
Oh Lord, I enjoyed you, Serge. Appreciate it.
I enjoyed you too. Believe it or not. Yes, I did.
All right,
I love this. Whoa.
Yeah. You know what? It's almost we passed 3 hours and 30 minutes, Sarge, and I think though we need to save this for tomorrow on TRS. We need to save this for Tyrone's show. Because, man, I can't believe, man, because I used to get on your ass all the time about that birth certificate.
I'll have it out with anybody. Bring me a college professor. That's the ones I like to take on. I run circles around them when they start doing nonsense.
And you mad at me when I brought up the Wong case of 1884, 1887?
1898.
Yeah, something. Yeah. You mad at me over that shit. And Yeah. Anyway,
that's
let me get
okay,
off
man. Look, you're free to have your opinion about it. I simply want you to look at my historical analysis, the Supreme Court cases involving citizenship, and if you accept the precedent established by the United States Supreme Court, there's no way Barack Obama can be an Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 natural born citizen, even if he's a 14th Amendment citizen. And by the way, Donald Trump's children, with the exception of Barron, are not natural born citizens either. They're all 14th Amendment citizens. So they're not eligible either. For me, it's not about the political politics. It's about the facts of the case as to whether or not you are Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 qualified.
Okay, whoa. So to buy that logic, because I'm a historian, you're telling me that Charles Francis Adams cannot be president?
Who is Charles Francis Adams?
The son of John Quincy Adams.
No. He can be that.
No, he cannot. By that logic, he can't.
Jay, did you not see the grandfather clause in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5?
Charles Francis Adams' mother was British, and when John Quincy Quincy Adams was an ambassador to Russia. He married her.
Okay, let me ask a question now.
See,
Well,
you know what? I'm leaving that alone. See,
Charles Francis Adams was never president, so it's a moot point. But if you're gonna,
I know, but like he did, but he did run though. But he did run.
Okay, but he was never president. That's the main thing. Now, let's say that he did. I would say no, he's not eligible because his mother wasn't an American citizen at the time he was born. So no, he wouldn't have been eligible. Now I don't care what they let through. If they let something go through this, they let it with Obama. Obama is not Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 eligible. He's not. He doesn't fall under the grandfather clause because he was not a citizen of the United States at the time the Constitution was adopted. George Washington wasn't a natural-born citizen. John Adams wasn't a natural-born citizen. Thomas Jefferson wasn't a natural-born citizen. None of them were natural-born citizens, but they were citizens of the United States when the Constitution was adopted, and they put that grandfather clause in there so they could run for president. Without that, they couldn't have run for president. Now, how was Barack Obama supposed to be an exception? And George Washington wouldn't have been able to be eligible unless the grandfather clause had been put in there.
Okay, then by that logic, you know what? I can't do that because wait a minute, I have to think for a minute.
Jay,
so by that logic. If memory serves me correct,
president, there's only 3. You don't have to pass no background check. You ain't got to pass no security check. You ain't got to have a college education. All you got to do is 3 things: 35 years of age at the time you take the oath of office or older. 2, 14 years of your life have to be spent resident in one or more of the states of the Union. And 3, you got to be a natural-born citizen. That's it. There are no other qualifications.
Okay. Where does it say natural-born citizen means? You have to come from.
It doesn't, and you have to look elsewhere to see what it's meant by it. That's what you have to do. It doesn't say specifically, but everybody back then knew what a natural-born citizen was, and they would say so regularly.
Then by that logic, right? Woodrow Wilson would I'm sorry. Woodrow Wilson.
No, he was a natural-born citizen, no doubt about that.
Yeah, never mind. I have to take that back. He born in Virginia. That's right. But okay, you know what? No, I'll leave it alone.
John McCain was eligible either. He was born in Cologne City Hospital in Panama Canal. He was an American, yes. He's an American citizen by virtue of the Immigration and Naturalization Act, but he wasn't a natural-born citizen. He wasn't born in the United States.
But Panama Canal was a part of the United States.
Not the Cologne Hospital in Panama City. It was in Panama proper.
Yeah, but don't the military kids, the children, the military? Isn't there some agreement that these children that are born on that who were born there in Panama are counted as American citizens, virtue that their parents are in the military?
It is indisputable that he is an American citizen. That's not my argument. My argument is he's not an Article 2, Section 1 qualified.
I'm not going to argue no more.
Let me explain to you about see, you got to remember, if you're born to military parents serving overseas, then every single country we have citizens serving there by their agreement. Because remember, they're sovereign countries. They have to give agreement for American troops to be stationed there. We negotiate what's called a status of forces agreement. And what the status of forces agreement always says in every single one of them is that any person born to United States military personnel in their overseas must register that birth with the United States consulate. So the country in which they were born will not count them as one of their citizens, because almost every country under their citizenship laws say that if you're born in their country, you are a citizen of that country, without exception almost. Mm-hmm. And that's certainly true in every country where you have troops stationed in. So what they do is, like I said, I told you about that incident of that colonel who was assigned to the Wolfhound Division in Korea. He just had a kid. Him and his wife said, all we had time to do, I had time to pack a toothbrush and a B4 bag, and then I had to run with my wife over to the U.S. consulate and register the birth of my daughter so she wouldn't be considered a Japanese citizen. You understand what I'm saying? You understand the implication of what I'm saying here?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, every country has its citizenship laws. If you're born there, you're a citizen. Military bases are not U.S. soil. Embassies are. If you're born in a U.S. embassy, you're born on United States soil. But if you're born on an American military base being leased by the United States government, that's like being born in somebody's apartment. You're just leasing it. It's still their soil. Otherwise, a worker who's working in the kitchen drops a baby all of a sudden, and that child will be an American citizen. The military base was American soil, and it isn't.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, this is matters of fact. These are not my opinions I'm saying here. It's got nothing to do with any damn conspiracy. It's a matter of fact. And like I said, the question is whether or not Barack Obama had two citizen parents when he was born. He admitted, his campaign admitted that he had Kenyan citizenship, British citizenship, and United States citizenship. But he said he let his Kenyan citizenship expire. What kind of natural-born citizen has to let any kind of citizenship expire? I don't have any citizenship that I had to let expire. The only possible thing I could be is a United States citizen. No country has a legitimate claim on my allegiance other than the United States. But he said he was born a Kenyan citizen due to the British Commonwealth laws on citizenship in 1962 when he was born. He was born a British subject, for God's sake. You mean to tell me the founding fathers and the framers of the Constitution would have been okay with someone who was born a British subject to be president of the United States? I don't believe it.
Weren't they born British subjects?
You
shut up. I'm gonna shut up. I'm going to shut up. I ain't trying to debate right now.
Cover them.
Okay, Sarge.
See, I mean, This is not that hard an argument to follow. It really is. People just don't want to. They don't want to believe he couldn't be eligible. They love the fairy tale of it all. A goat herder's son from Kenya could become president of the United States. Isn't that wonderful? Oh, we just love it. We're in love with the thrill of all the romance.
Okay. But see, you think because the Supreme Court denied listen to the cases, you believe though the case is open. I believe I'm the one of the opinion of, well, since the Supreme Court numerous of times says no, we're not going to hear it, means though no, we're not going to listen to it. Therefore, though, the case is closed. So far as I'm concerned, it's closed.
No, how can the case be closed? It's never heard. They denied certiorari. The case is still open if they can ever get it in the Supreme Court to be heard. It's not closed. Not until there's a definitive ruling on the merits.
And then I told you, because there was a case in Indiana. The Indiana Supreme Court said yes. There was another Supreme Court case in, I forgot what state it was. I think somewhere on the West Coast somewhere, the mountain states. I think it was either Utah or Colorado. It says yes, Obama can run for president. So if these 3 states can say yes, and Texas says yes, and if they say yes, why should you? If all these states, and you are a proponent of states' rights, by the way, you proponent of states' rights. So therefore, if these states can say yes, and the Supreme Court ain't giving on an answer, then therefore you have to listen to what the states are saying if the federal government ain't saying anything.
The supreme law of the land is not states' rights, nor the federal government. Is the Constitution of the Uniland States. Everything must be in conformance with the Constitution. It is the supreme law of the land over and above all other considerations. So a state court making a ruling only applies to the state of Indiana. It has no binding whatsoever on the federal government. Now, if it was to go for the merits, if that issue ever went before the merits to a federal court, it could be introduced as evidence of something, but it's not binding on any federal court.
Yes, it does, because like if the federal court does not agree or it does not take up the case, it goes right back to where the court. Oh no, where it first comes from.
Separate from what I just said. I simply said intrinsically, the ruling itself is not binding on any federal court. It only applies to the state jurisdiction of the state of Indiana.
Right. Though, but the person who was trying to repeal those state laws went to the federal court, and when the federal court said no,
Well,
we
yeah,
heard
I
it.
agree with you. You're right about that.
Okay, that's where I'm coming from.
There's no argument there.
Okay.
That still begs the question of whether or not someone who does not have two citizen parents at the time they are born can be Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5, eligible as a natural born citizen. It still begs the question. It was not answered by a federal court. Now we have Wong Kim Mark versus the United States. We got Minor versus Happersett. We got the 1814 Venus case. We got Perkins versus Eld. All of those cases in their entirety taken together indicate there is no way on God's green earth you could ever consider Barack Obama to be a natural born citizen, even though none of those rulings directly impinge on the meaning of Article 2, Section 1, Clause 5 with regard to natural born citizenship. But if you look at all four of those cases together, there is no way. Read the conclusions. Read the dicta in the case. There's no way you can say he's a natural born citizen under the precedent of those four Supreme Court rulings.
Wait. Stop. When you said Wong, the wrong case of 1893,
1898.
1898. Okay, wasn't Wong a Chinese who was a Chinese? He was the son of a Chinese diplomat, right?
No,
wasn't he?
No,
what?
No, they were diplomats. They were shopkeepers, and they were lawfully resident in the United States. They had established permanent residency under the rules of the time, under the rules that were extant in 1898. They had established permanent residency in California.
Right, and didn't Wong use the 14th Amendment to stay?
Yes.
When President Chester Arthur was trying to kick out the Chinese out of California.
You're right. You know the reason he won his case? Because the Supreme Court said his parents were subject to the jurisdiction of the United States by virtue of their legal residency. They were not illegal aliens. Supreme Court said the reason we're going to say that he qualifies on the 14th Amendment is because your parents are here in the United States legally and have established permanent residency here. Yeah, so clearly, the Supreme Court is clear as a bell on that one. You got to be here legally in order to have an American citizen under the 14th Amendment.
Okay, but how many generations? Okay, how many generations does like that person have to be for that person to be in your words, natural born citizen? Then how many generations for that immigrant to become Americanized?
Your parents could come to the United States, spend here, let's say 10 years, apply for naturalization, be naturalized as a United States citizen. Then they have a child after they are naturalized and become United States citizens, and that child is born, say, in Ohio. That child is a natural born citizen, despite the fact that his parents are naturalized. The key is they are citizens. They have taken an oath of allegiance to the United States and renounced all other nationalities. That's what you have to do in order to naturalize. You have to renounce any other allegiance to any other country. Formally, by oath. So all you got to be is one generation if your parents are naturalized or legally resident. And to be a natural born citizen, your parents must be citizens by any method.
Okay, but how many years? Because it
doesn't matter.
You wasn't just doing it to Obama. You also doing it to Kamala.
However long it takes to become a resident or citizen.
Okay, but you did this. You did the same thing to Kamala, right?
Yep.
Same time period.
Same reasoning.
So Obama and Kamala were born in the same time period and shit, right?
But they're slightly different. And I'll tell you why. They're slightly different. Here's the difference between the two.
Go ahead.
I believe Kamala Harris is an illegal alien. Neither of her parents were resident legally. They were here on student visas. Wait a minute. Listen to my argument now. They were here on student visas. They had expired. They were not even legally resident. Barack Obama's mother was a natural born U.S. citizen. That's all it takes under the Immigration Act of 1953 to have your child be a U.S. citizen, no matter where your child is born in the world.
Uh-huh.
So if you're an American citizen and you impregnate some woman in Pakistan somewhere, that child is an American citizen by birth, by virtue of the Immigration Act, like Ted Cruz was when he was born in Canada. His mother was an American citizen and he was born in Canada. That made him a citizen under the Immigration and Naturalization Act, but he damn sure wasn't a natural born citizen. Without the Immigration and Naturalization Act, he wouldn't even have been a citizen. We're talking legalities here that matter.
I don't want to go. I shouldn't even brought this up because it would take. We would be all night.
Do you think I made up anything I just said other than my opinion?
I counter when like all them years ago when you went to Hawaii, all them years ago. Me, you had like what an 8-hour arguing, cuss out session.
No, I was only in there about 40 minutes or 45 minutes. That's all the time I spent in the hospital. 45 minutes about.
Yeah, but you. Oh wait, hold on, what the fuck happened? Oh.
But look, and remember the difference between Barack Obama and Kamala Harris is there is no doubt that if his mother was of age to give birth to him under the Immigration and Naturalization Act criteria, there is no doubt Obama was an American citizen despite his African father. The fact of his mother being a natural-born citizen made him a citizen no matter where he would be born, anywhere in the world. He just isn't natural-born. He's a citizen by virtue of a statute. If he was born in Kenya, if he was born in Hawaii, he is a citizen under the 14th Amendment. So he's a citizen either way, if you believe one of those stories is true. But he's not a natural-born citizen, is my point. Not natural-born, two-parent citizen.
Okay. So you're surmising on your opinion. You say this is your opinion only, and because based upon some scholars and not by law. Is that what you're saying?
Supreme Court decisions. I cited them by name.
But the Supreme Court decisions.
Hold on now. Perkins versus Elg, Minor versus Happersett, the Venus Merchantman case of 1814, and Wong Kim Ark of 1898. Those are my present. So not only my opinions and my rational interpretation, but Supreme Court rulings that are still precedent.
Okay, then what? Then therefore, by the Supreme Court case denying of the the state Supreme Court of Indiana and Texas and a couple of other handful of states that did argue against Obama in 07 and 08. When they refused to hear the case, that tells me, well, like they don't want to hear the shit. Therefore, that means he's president.
Well, Judge, Supreme Court denies certiorari for all kinds of cases and for all kinds of reasons. Maybe they ain't got the guts to confront this case. I don't know. I'm not a spokesman for the Supreme Court.
If all 50 states,
they would not grant certiorari. That's all I know. They never heard it on the merits. They will not allow it to be heard on the merits. They don't give an opinion on it one way or the other.
If there have been lawsuits after lawsuits in about most of these states that was challenging the birthright, right? And if all these the state Supreme Courts says it, there shouldn't the you know what? I'm tired, y'all. I'm tired.
You can't make the Supreme Court take any case they don't want to take, Jay. If they don't want to take it, it doesn't get heard. That's it. It doesn't matter what the reason is. They don't have to take it. If you can't,
I'm talking about
what justices to vote for it. It will not be heard. I don't care what the issue is.
But I'm talking about the state Supreme Courts as a whole. If all these 50 states that had decided, say, well, like he's a citizen, who cares? move on. Well, that should tell that should imply at some point, you know, on your side, say, okay, well, if the state courts are recognizing Obama as a naturalized citizen,
No.
why should you see? Okay.
Natural born is the difference between natural born and naturalized. You got to make that distinction. It definitely is not the same. I mean, look, Jay. Look, Jay. I mean, look. I don't understand this issue being what it is because we all. What do you hear all the time from everybody saying? This is like a sacred cow in the United States as an ideal. Anybody can be president of the United States. You hear it all the time. This is a country where you got the opportunity to be anything you want to be, including president of the United States. That's not true. There are qualifications to be president. There's only 3 of them. Damn it. 3. 35 years of age. 14 years of your 35 years or more have to have been resident in one or more of the states of the union, and you got to be a natural born citizen. That's it. That's it. That's it. So the question is, what constitutes a natural born citizen?
Well, Sarge, I'm gonna leave it there. We're going to continue this tomorrow or whenever Tyrone runs out of topics tomorrow. Hey, wait a minute, I work tomorrow, so I might call in tomorrow.
Well, you know, Tyrone, he ain't interested in nothing but calling me stupid and an idiot and a fillator of Donald Trump. That's the only thing he's interested in.
Okay.
I mean, you're interested in. Look, you are actually interested in discussion, even when you're not agreeing with me. You see the difference?
I just brought it up because May will be entertained by it. That's the reason I brought it up, because she will be tickled pink about the shit though. That's probably the reason I brought the citizens.
Well, you know what Tyrone gonna say,
you going all the way to Hawaii to Obama's hospital. Yeah,
no,
okay.
I went there to have a vacation, but incidentally, I could get satisfaction on a question that was nagging at me. The guy puts out a letter bragging about his gratefulness for the care he received at the hospital. Remember, the first president born in the hospital was Jimmy Carter. And it got a big plaque in the hospital he was born in attesting to his birth. Every single president that was born in a hospital has got a plaque in there. This is where George W. Bush was born. How come there's nothing about Obama?
And then though, you got mad at me when I read the story of the woman who was in the hospital bed next to Ann Dunham when she was giving birth herself, and she remembered this white woman giving birth to this black ass baby.
All right.
So I just we'll talk about this later. We talk about this later. I'm kind of tired right now. I got a lot
to say about that, because you better believe I studied this damn thing for like 10 years. All the evidence that was available, one way or the other.
I know.
Now you better believe I might be maybe a bit presumptuous and call myself a subject matter expert, but I'm as close to it as you're likely to find ever talking to anybody on any social media platforms. And I've debated lawyers. I've debated politicians about this very matter, and ain't none of them been able to prevail against me, not once. They wound up blustering and saying, well, nobody's going to go what you're saying. They knew damn well what I was saying had merit.
Okay. Well, sorry.
You just see me in Chicago taking people on WLS AM radio. Well, I was kicking their ass. I wish I had those tapes.
Yeah, you probably might have to search it on YouTube. You know, people like the archivists and everything.
Have you ever heard of a gentleman named Tom Rose? I used to come on his show all the time.
No,
I was in the studio.
No. Okay. No, I never heard of that.
This guy named Edelstein. He's a big time Democrat consultant. And me and him used to have battles, man. You should have heard. We would go back on battles. He's a big time Democrat consultant. And others. And most of them were lawyers with law degrees.
Okay.
Eric Edelstein was the guy's name. We had epic battles, man. And he was a lawyer. And he represented the Democratic National Committee in Illinois.
Well.
And he was a consultant.
All right then.
He was a political consultant too. I used to love to get on and say, "Okay, Jerome, you better get your headgear on because I'm about to smack you upside the head." He'd laugh, and we go to it.
Well, Sarge, I'm gonna hang it up for the night. Appreciate you for coming on and give it. And I was going to do this for like an hour and a half, and it is now almost it's about four. It's almost 4 hours and 2 minutes into this, and yeah, so yeah,
look,
I'm
Jay,
gonna get
I've
off.
told you a million times, man. I don't require agreement. All I want is clarity. I'm secure in what I believe in myself. I don't mind people disagreeing with me. It's okay. In fact, it makes it even better. You know, that way you have to defend your point of view even more vigorously, and you get a chance to listen to what the other person says, and it either strengthens your opinion. Occasionally, sometimes you convinced me a couple times to change my mind about a couple things. That's okay too. I don't mind changing my mind if I got good evidence. You give me some good evidence, man. I'll change my mind in a heartbeat. This is better what I believe. Okay, you got me there. I think I'll have to look at this in a new way. That's where everybody should be.
All right. See, Kelly raised a good commentary. Big J, have a good night. Yeah. I gotta hang this up, y'all. I'm tired.
Okay, you're right, man. Yeah. It's getting a little late.
I gotta go eat. I was eating when you and May going at it.
I think my Ukrainian woman might want to call me right now to tell me what's going on in Ukraine. We're having a regular correspondence, man, and she fills me in regularly on what's going on.
We need to talk about Ukraine, because you were telling me a lot of things about Ukraine, but
I'm telling you, that's just beyond belief what's going on over there.
Yeah. It might be too hot for YouTube though. So yeah, but
it might be that. But because ain't neither side telling the whole truth. Neither the Russians.
Yeah, because that shit you told me the last time you was over here. What was going on? No, it was like when the war started. We were like 6 months into it. The shit you were telling me, I was horrified because you wasn't telling me in detail, but what I got from what you were telling me, I was like, oh shit, they were stacking bodies like that. Oh man, yeah.
Jay, this is World War II shit, man. They're fighting battles over there that are comparable in their intensity to battles in World War II. We haven't seen fighting like this since then. Not anywhere on the planet.
Yeah.
Maybe Korea might have been a little bit close to it, but even then, not quite.
You stacking bodies like cores of wood.
Wood, man. It's
God. If somebody else was telling me too, though. Somebody went into Ukraine was saying what he witnessed, and it kind of verifies what you were saying. What's going on over there, and yeah, they're about to run out of men. If this shit keeps up,
and you know you ought to talk to this American veterans like Marines and Army Rangers and infantry who went there and volunteered for the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. Many extensive combat experience in the global war on terror, and they're gonna say their combat in the global war did not prepare them what's going on in Ukraine. It is a peer-to-peer army they're fighting against. They got the Russians that got everything the U.S. has. They got armor. They got armored personnel carriers. They got legions of artillery lined up hub to hub blasting. They got self-propelled artillery. They got drones. They got aircraft. It is World War III stuff, man. It ain't up against a bunch of guerrillas with sandals and a couple of RPGs and an AK or two with 3 or 4 magazines. They're going up against the Russian army. They say they ain't never seen nothing like this. I mean, you ought to listen to what they're saying and what they're seeing and experiencing.
I don't think I
went through in Vietnam as bad as it was comparable to what's going on in Ukraine right now.
Wait, hold on. So you're saying what's in Ukraine is worse than your time in Vietnam?
Oh yeah, hell yeah. The only comparable thing to what happened to me in Vietnam would be pretty much after most of the American troops left, when the North Vietnamese launched a conventional armor-led invasion through the DMZ where I used to be stationed with armor and infantry and heavy artillery. 3 divisions in a conventional attack, just like the Germans did in France. And it was repulsed in 1972. But they succeeded in 1975 with an even bigger offensive. Now, that was comparable to what's going on in Ukraine today. But even then, what's going on in Ukraine is worse than that. Because the North Vietnamese attacked with 3 corps of troops, 3 corps, about 9 or 10 divisions with about 1,500 tanks and 800 pieces of artillery, including self-propelled artillery, aircraft, the whole works. They didn't bring none of the stuff out there when we were there because we would have made mincemeat out of it, and they knew it. That's why they were hoarding it till we left. They had it, but they weren't going to bring it out while we were there because we would have we would have loved to see that shit. We would have tore that to ribbons. Because now they fighting our kind of fight, for sure.
And I was reading up on the Vietnamese military. They still have the old American tanks and shit rolling around. Yeah, I was laughing at that shit. Oh, you got this little Sherman little tank rolling around.
No,
military parades and shit.
They put all that stuff we had left there. They took from the South Vietnamese museum pieces. Now they got stuck in museums. They got the latest Chinese Soviet armor. They got T-64s, T-72s, T-72Ms. They got they've updated their arms. I mean, they got one of the biggest armies in the world now.
Oh yeah,
third or fourth biggest. Remember, they fought China in 3 wars after the Vietnam War was over. They
won.
Yeah.
And won. Yeah. They fought the Chinese. They fought the what was that country next door?
Cambodians.
Yeah, Cambodia. They fought the Cambodians. Yeah.
No, they got a big army for a reason because they're afraid they want to deter anything that might happen. Or they want to be able to respond to something they think threatens their national security interests.
It's China.
Definitely, they were always a formidable army, but now even more so because they got all the conventional stuff that most of the.
I think that sooner or later the Vietnamese are going to be allies to South Koreans and Japan at some point.
I'm surprised that you would say that because I'm kind of thinking that myself.
You see it coming too? Yeah, I see it. I see it.
It's a possibility. I don't really see it coming, but it's a possibility. Yeah, it's not as clear as you think. They ain't crazy about the Chinese. They ain't never liked Chinese.
Right. And my thing is they because the Japanese Prime Minister, the recent one that just been elected, he's trying to create like a NATO for East Asia, right? So they already come in agreement with the South Koreans. So I guess he's trying to add Vietnam and possibly Taiwan. Well, Taiwan that's a sketchy issue, but I guess so he's trying to form like a 4-way alliance with the especially with the Philippines. So I'm thinking though he's trying to form like a NATO type thing with these 4 or 5 nations, maybe 6 with the Australians. So that's what it seems like what he's trying to do. Because I actually listened to foreign news, and that's what it seemed like he's trying to do. He's trying to form like a NATO and have America sit there, just be the, I don't know. I guess so he want the United States just to be the equal partner to Japan, just like as Britain is equal to us in NATO. Or
Well, I'm gonna tell you something about the South Vietnamese. Well, the Vietnamese. It's all one country now. Vietnamese, out of all the officially announced communist countries, they're probably the least crazy of them, and I think they probably have the best chance at real success because even though they're communists, they don't let it become as ideologically rigid as say North Korea, or as compartmentalized as the Chinese do.
Right.
I mean, they've opened up their economy to everybody in the country who wants to partake in it.
Right.
So they probably do okay. They're industrious, hardworking people. I've always known that. And they have a natural instinct toward marketing and trade, just like Chinese do. So they probably do well. They are doing well. Let me take that back. They're probably going to be doing even better in the near future. And it looks like they want to have some sort. They came to the table almost immediately when Trump announced his tariffs because they don't want to lose the American market. They know it's the biggest consumer market in the world. They know their economy is dependent upon it. And they know they've been eating America's lunch with regard to tariffs for years. They know they can still make a profit and make a deal with the United States. So they ain't going to be like hardcore ideologues like the Chinese were. And even the Chinese are starting to come to heel now.
Okay. Well, you know what? Like you brought the tariffs. You know what? It's too late in the night to top the tariffs because I ain't gonna top the tariffs right now. I'm tired.
Real close, man. Because they said it was gonna fail, and it don't look like it is.
But how can you say he failed when he's not failing when he's backtracking though?
Well, no,
he's backtracking on some of these tariffs.
Trump hardline to have the door open for negotiations. You aim high and you settle for what is reasonable and attainable. And that's what he's done. The United States is better off with regard to tariffs than it was before he did all this. Our goods are not being tariffed anywhere near like what they were, and their tariffs are significantly higher. So it's a win-win for the United States, and to some extent, kind of a win for them too.
Okay. We got to discuss this later because it's too late later at night.
That's what I'm saying. People, they want Trump to fail. They want him to fail. So they're going to frame everything. Even they're going to distort everything. They're going to make everything look like it's worse than it is. I mean, the Chinese have already agreed to enormously reduce their tariffs on American goods. That's no doubt about that. It's an enormous reduction, far more than we are willing to do, because they know they had it one-sided their way. So now our goods are going to have a shot at competitive, competition in their country, and their goods are going to be more reasonable. And the federal government, by the way, is getting more revenue. I mean, tariff revenue's already gone up 40%, and it's going up even more. The government's getting more revenue. This is a tax. Since when the Democrats have been opposed to taxes? All of a sudden now they don't like taxes.
Okay.
Just goes to show you what kind of two-faced people they are. I ain't never heard them object to no tax that brings in more revenue to the federal government, at least ostensibly claiming to do so.
Okay. Well, I gotta go, Sarge, and so it's midnight over here. So
ditto. It's 1:00 here, so I definitely.
Yeah. All right, though. I'm out. Have a good one, Sarge.
All right, you too. Good night. Give my regards to your family and folks and all that, and then maybe we'll do this again.
All right, then. And yeah. Let me go ahead and put this up here. Yeah, donate to my Cash App, y'all. You know what I'm saying. I'll put this up here for y'all. But yeah. Let me see who was in the chat room. Yeah. It's midnight. Yeah. I gotta go. So anyway, I'll see you next time. I'm out. Peace.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate with my equals. All others I teach.